I'm just going to go ahead and start. Yeah. Okay. All right. No. He told me not to plan on him unless he let me know, and I haven't heard from him. So. Good evening. I'd like to welcome you to the meeting of the Canyons District Board of Education. Today is December 1st, 2020, and we are meeting at the district offices located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. And we will begin with the study session portion of the meeting. And at this time, I would like to excuse Board Member Mont Millerberg, who's not with us this evening. And our first item for the study session is a report from the school guidance counselors. And so I will turn the time over to Tori Gillette, the CCP coordinator. Thank you, Tori.
There we go. Okay, and as you can imagine, it's been a different sort of year for our counselors as it has been for everyone. And I just want to publicly say I've been really impressed and feel really empowered by what they've been able to do to adapt and be creative to meet the needs of our students and still deliver their services. One of those being our Utah College Application Week. So this is our 7th year in participating in Utah College Application Week. And as you can imagine, the way we've done it in the past was not a way that we could possibly do it, where we bring down 50 students into a room and help them, apply to college. And so we had to get creative in how we still provided that service and allowed for students to still reap the benefits of College Application Week. So our schools actually came up with this idea of doing a Canvas course for College Application Week. And I just wanted to take a minute just to show you one of them. This is one of the examples. This is from Jordan High School, but our other schools had similar courses where they worked with the students and provided this for the students and the parents to help them through that week or that month. So Julie has it up here and we'll just go through it. So this is the main page that they invited all the seniors to. And so started with that and just went down and kind of introduced themselves and who they could contact. Also, you can see at the bottom, near the bottom, there's the place for students who want Spanish or Portuguese. So they were able to have those services as well. And then just started in that let's get ready and helping them prepare for what do I need to complete a college application. So started with going through the steps of each one of those ideas, going next to, yeah, go ahead, you can go next, to application fee waivers. So giving them information on which schools had fee waivers, and then providing them the information that if we still had the backing of our foundation to provide the funds if we needed to help anyone apply. So went through the fee waiver form and then also later provided information of how we could assist in that if we needed to help with that. And then go ahead and go next. Also gives information for students who are undocumented and how undocumented students could apply to college as well and what information that they needed. Go ahead and go next. And then making sure, are you ready to apply? Go down the steps, check, mark them off so that the students and parents know we're ready. And then at the next step, I think the next step is let's start applying. Okay, so goes through the steps of what you're going to do. Go to step 1. Go ahead, go next. Yeah, thank you. And so kind of walks them through each step, where they need to go, who they can contact. If we keep scrolling down, it gives them, contact information for different help if they're already a concurrent enrollment student, who they might need to talk to, who they can talk to for help, but then also has college advisors so that they just have all that in one spot. And next. So then again, walking them through how to apply, what they need to do before they go. Here's some frequently asked questions. And then let's start applying. And so they had links to every one of the colleges. As we know, about 98% of our students do attend a Utah school. So obviously we'd help them if they weren't attending Utah, but going there. So walk them through that. Went to so then they would go to the application, do the application, and then we can go ahead. And this is where they could do multiple from here, so they can always come back. It wasn't like a one and done. They could come back and do multiple applications. Next. For students who are concurrent enrollment, there's a different process. So it walks them through what you do if you're already a concurrent student and want to go to Salt Lake Community, because they'll have a different process for that. So walk them through that. Go ahead and go next. Students who might want to go into the military. So there's some information there, walks them through that. This is all stuff that they would usually do in a big presentation to students, obviously. Go ahead and go next. And then at the end, they do a little survey to just so they can keep some data on how many people apply. Now, naturally, as you can imagine, we did have less numbers of students that applied through this venue, rather than having us there within a room and encouraging them. We did have to, rely on them doing it on their own. A lot of the schools also, I think next is the last slide. Let's just make sure of that. Oh, then we go to transcripts. So how do you send your transcript? Before we go to that, obviously we did have a lot of students who, maybe didn't do the process that they would have done it with us if we had them in the room. But one of the things that a lot of schools did with approval from principals is they did on Fridays make appointments with parents and students that they could come in for an appointment time and do this with them if they wanted in-person help. So they were able to do that by appointment only. So they did allow that service as well. So, and then next step, now we need to order transcripts. So walked them through that. Where do they get that? How do they get that transcript? Go ahead and go next. And then this, again, another survey, just so we know, this is just for our information of where did you send your transcript, so we can make sure that we can check off that we really got them to the right place. So that was more for our benefit. And then go ahead next. And then starting with the FAFSA, and walk them through how to do a FAFSA ID, and then going to the FAFSA application, walking through all those steps. Again, we have some FAFSA specific aides at our school, at some of our schools, so they were able to make appointments with them if they wanted to do that. And some schools still did offer a FAFSA night where they had multiple rooms, did distancing, where they, rather than having one room, they had multiple rooms, did distancing, and had a relatively okay turnout for that comparatively to the situation we're in. So we still did provide that service, but so this, I won't necessarily go through the whole thing, but this was a way for us to still provide that Utah College Application Week experience to our current seniors. So I just wanted to take a minute to share that with you, share the great innovative ideas that our counselors are coming up with as they are managing this time and still providing services. Any questions that you have with this?
I think we do have a couple of questions. Mrs. Oaks?
I don't have a question, but I just want to tell you thank you. I think this is fantastic. I can't help but think that this will be useful in years to come, even when COVID isn't an issue. I remember going to meetings like this as a high schooler and thinking, wait a minute, what did they say to me? So to have an easy access that you can pull up and be reminded and have that as an ongoing resource will be awesome. The other thing is I am so grateful that they go through the FAFSA process and explain that to students. It wasn't until I was a couple of years into college that someone explained to me that I would have qualified for a Pell Grant as a college student. And I really wish that somebody had really helped me with that earlier. So I think that this is a great service for students of the district.
Thank you. I can't take any credit other than I was supportive. This was all them. They put them together. So I will pass the word along. And yes, it's going to help us in the future. As you know, even before COVID, we had a lot of our students that were doing a lot of their high school online. So this will help us. And they're also putting together PCCR, Plan for College and Career Readiness Canvas courses that they're putting together, adding it to it throughout the year so that they can have something for our online students to move forward. Just another resource. So yes, we will use this more and more as we move forward.
Thank you. Mr. Wrigley.
Yeah, I too want to express my appreciation to your staff and to all the counselors we have in the district. I mean, this has been a crazy year for them. On a slow year, they're crazy. But this year, in regards to the schedule changes constantly, issues in regards to mental health issues, and an unlimited number of things they're addressing, to take time out to be able to still think of this and move this forward, because it really does affect their future.
Yeah.
You know, this is going to make a big difference in their lives. So please sure to send that back to the staff and
Thank you. I will.
the counselors, that this was beyond and above, way beyond and above everything they've had to be asked for this year. So thank you so much.
Yes, I will share that. Thank you.
Other comments or questions? I too want to express my appreciation, but I have a question about how they're connecting with their students. Just generally, how is that happening this school year?
So they've had to get creative, as we know. Like I said, most of them have put together a Canvas course that they're adding to throughout the year as they do lessons in the classroom. And now they will add those lessons to the Canvas course so that students who are online students have that access as well, with weekly or bi-weekly or monthly emails reminding them that those are on there, as well as the information to the parents. So they're using that format to get a lot of the curriculum that they might be doing in a classroom, like second step, that kind of stuff. Some of them are doing talking circles. They have times during the week where they will do talking circles for their online students, where they'll come and it's not like a group session. It's more of just come and connect with your peers. You're online, so come and connect with your peers. And so they'll get 5 to 6 students that will log on that are online students. This is it's our middle school counselors are doing this mostly, and so they'll just log on and they're getting more and more of the same people back who are kind of friends, and they're in their own houses. So they're doing some talking circles that way. They're learning to be a lot more proficient in Skyward and Message Center and how to run data reports, and so that they can see, who's below 60% and send a message specifically to them. We've been doing that a lot with our CVHS students. Of CVHS session is coming to a close. You are, with it, you're at 60% or less. Make sure you get that done, kind of thing. So a lot of emailing, a lot of phone calling. Fridays, they spend a lot of time reaching out that way. Some are doing home visits, but a lot of them are starting to do weekly set times for talking circles or something, where students can just come and connect with each other if they want to. And it's not masses, but they're getting 5, 6 students at a time coming to those. So, I mean, those students obviously need some connection. So.
That's great. Thank you. Any other questions or thoughts? Thank you for that report. It's so nice to hear again of how creative people are and the great work that's happening in this unusual circumstance.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is the 2019-2020 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. And I will turn the time over to Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator.
I know you guys have been waiting all weekend for this, so I'll get right to it. But a couple of weeks ago, we had our audit committee, and it was Clarine, Chad, and Mont. Of course, Mont is absent tonight, can't be with us. So if Chad or Clarine, if you have any comments as we go through a couple of things here, please feel free to pitch in. So we had our audit committee a few weeks ago with, of course, Gary Warwood, our accounting director, and our external auditors from Squire. And so we went over our annual audit that we're required to go over under state statute. And so part of that, it's part of that audit and part of our requirements. We have to have a handful of specific audits on student membership, student transfers, student enrollments. And so they have issued those audit reports. And as we've done for the last several years, we're going to ask you to approve those under the consent agenda during the business meeting. And also the financial report itself, which also has an audit opinion in it as well. So again, would ask you to approve those under the consent agenda later on tonight. So we have, as we are required to do every year by law, we have assembled our financial statements for the fiscal year 2020. And that's in what we call the comprehensive annual financial report. We would call it the CAFR. And so I believe you should have a copy there on your desk. It's 120 something pages long. Certainly not going to go through all that, but just a couple of schedules here. You can see the auditor's opinion is on pages 11 and 12. Their opinion, what they gave us, what they call an unmodified or a clean opinion on our CAFR. You can also see our discussion and analysis, and also a letter of transmittal that we wrote, given just a brief summary of our financial position there. And so with that, again, the CAFR is some 120 pages long, but there's a couple schedules I just want to review with you. And so they're on, I put them here, make it a little easier, on board docs, or they're just on the page numbers there. So the first one, I think, is one of the most important ones. That's on page 72 of the CAFR. So that gives us our fund balance. You know, you take your assets minus your liabilities, somewhat like you do your home checking account, and you hope there's something left over, right? And that's in the government, that's called your fund balance. So I just want to review that with you so you have an idea of where we sit as of June 30th. Again, it's measuring a point in time. And so I'll oops. Okay, it's on there. So I will point to a couple things there. Again, you can either look on the CAF or on board docs for these schedules. First thing on our fund balance is under state law, we can set aside 5% of our next year's expenditures for somewhat of a rainy day fund, but they call it equal economic stabilization in the state. And so that's just under $15 million there that we have set aside. Also, the next line down is about $17 million, and that is what we call our OPEB, or post-employment benefits. It's commonly called here in the GASB money. That is employees who were eligible under the old Jordan plan to get funding for stipends and health insurance once they retire. So this sunsetted under the Jordan district in 2006, but it still carried over. We still carried the policy over because we still carried the employees over. So that's what we do, is we fund that at 105%. That's that line right there. And also our vacation payable. So we can tell our employees that are eligible, there's about 450 plus who are current, plus another couple hundred who have retired and are currently receiving these benefits, that yes, we will honor that commitment. And then we also have some POs that are still issued that we hadn't been fulfilled. The product hadn't been delivered yet. And so that was about 1.4 million there. So that's what we call committed. That's what actually the board, you as the board, has authorized to be set aside for that purpose. So the commitment is the board level. Then the assigned is what we do at the administration level. We allow our schools to carry over their supplies and their textbooks funds and other school monies so that they haven't spent, they can carry that over. We do not allow district departments to do that. They have to, we won't allow them to carry it over, but the schools we can. And so that's about $6 million. And then down there, the $10 million, we've talked about how we're going to need to use some funds to finish out our building program with the Glacier Hills and Peruvian Park. So we set aside $8 million for that, and also $2 million for our lunch fund, because we did take a big hit We'll talk about that in a moment in our lunch fund this past year. So that gives us, the remaining amount is about 25.4 million. That's what we call unassigned. And so that's really, if you ask what is our fund balance, that's what I would tell people right there. Now it's 25.4 is a lot of money, no doubt about it, but it is about 1 month's worth of salary operating expenses. We spend close to 26 million a month. So as I always say, we stay roughly 1 month ahead of the game. So we've been able to do that for quite some time. You can see the corresponding amounts from last year at 2019 off to the right there. So again, our fund balance is approximately 76.3. Again, we feel like that's pretty healthy, but we'll feel like that's in a good position and pretty healthy. We'll be taking these numbers to meet with our bond rating agencies in the next couple of weeks as we get ready to issue bonds. They pay very close attention to the whole CAFR, but in particular, these couple of these schedules that we will be going over. So that's our balance sheet right there. And the next one over, looks like we got 2 pages here, which is fine. So this is page 73. Then we'll head over to page 83 in just a moment. But this is our general fund. And we always talk a lot about the budget. And as the board, we ask you to approve a budget or a set amount, and then we go and spend, and we can spend up to what you've approved. Now, we can't spend more than that because you haven't approved that, but we can spend up to that. And so I just want to point out a couple things here. So this is the authorized budget, $299 million that you approved us to spend last June, and part of our revised budget. You can see the amounts that we spent here was approximately 291.6 rounding. And so we were about 8 million under budget. Again, that sounds like a lot, but it's about 2.7% under budget, which is typically where we strive to be. We strive to be in that 2 to 3% under budget range. And you can see the corresponding amounts off to the, for 2019 off to the right there. So one big one would be the salary increase, right? So last year in FY20, we spent 182 million in salaries. The year before, we spent about 166. The big reason is the big teacher increase. Now, we also gave increases to our administrators and ESP, but the main thing was the $7,600 increase to our teachers. So you can see the corresponding increase there. So, but then if you look at our revenues, take away our expenses, and then we were about $1.4 million in the plus there. So that adds to the fund balance, that adds to that 76. That gets our fund balance up to that 76 that we talked about right there. So that was an increase, so we're glad for that. The unfortunate thing, we're going to move over to the other schedule here, is we lost about 1.1 million in our lunch fund. So all things somewhat netted to close to zero with that. So, but again, we are pleased with how we ended up in our general fund. And you can see the amounts that we were under budget and the various object codes right there. So the next schedule I just want to touch on is our lunch fund and where we ended up there. So that's on page 83 of the CAFR. Again, a copy of it's right here as well. So, but there's just two numbers I just want to point out, and that is because of the soft closure that happened in the middle of March. We essentially stopped. We kept providing lunches, but we quit selling lunches. Okay, so kids could come out and families could come up, and we had lunches at several sites at our school sites, but we gave those away, which we needed to do in that time of the pandemic with all the unknowns there. There was a lot of unknowns with families, and we're glad we could provide that support. But unfortunately, no one was paying for those lunches, and at that time we were not getting reimbursed. We were still getting reimbursed for those students who were on free and reduced, but the paying lunches we were not being reimbursed. Now this year we are being reimbursed because all students are the federal government is paying the lunch for this whole school year for all students, right? So that will be different this year, but last year that did not happen. So you can see there in 19, our lunch sales to students was about 3.7 million. It dropped by roughly a third because again, we were out of school for almost a third, down to 2.7 million. And so if you add all that up, we had less money coming in. Our expenses in our lunch fund stayed roughly the same. They were around, well, you can see, if you can see between 20 and 19, we actually still spent less than 20, but nonetheless, oh, excuse me, I apologize. If you look at the expenses, they're down here at the bottom. We roughly spent roughly the same amount, but again, we had $1 million coming in revenue. So all told, our lunch balance took a hit down to from $1.1 million hit there. So that was big for us. So we still have a balance there. You can see the 1.5, almost $1.6 million balance. So that is something we'll be keeping our eye on moving forward. Again, we do expect it to stabilize much more this year because the federal government, we are being reimbursed through that, with that, okay? And the last schedule I wanted to just touch on, ooh, this tilted. Is there any way we could tilt that? But this is our taxable valuation. Again, this is what we call our stats section. So we go accumulate a bunch of data over the last 10 years, and we put this in our stats. So you can see where we've done the last 10 years on tax rates and our balances and our top 10 taxpayers and our total students receiving lunch and things of that nature. So, but I like this page because it tells a big story to me. And again, it's on
Can you
page
tell us
104.
what page?
104. Oh. Yeah. So it's in, 104. We call this the historical summary of taxable values of the district. Again, lots of numbers there, pretty tiny font to try to get it all on one page, but it shows the last 10 years of taxable values. Again, this is the tax commission, or our taxes are based on a calendar year. We operate on a fiscal year, June to July, but as far as taxes go, we are on a calendar year. So this is from tax year 2010 or calendar year 2010 up to calendar year 2019. And you can see, I just want to point out a few numbers here. You can see most of our tax values tied up in homes and businesses, right? And that, of course, that makes sense. And you can see our home value in 2010 was approximately 9.7 billion. But 10 years later, in 2019, that had increased to 15.1 billion, which is about a 55% increase, which is very good. Now, most of us living in the district, we've seen our the values of our homes go up in value, which is nice. We've also had new homes being built, even though we're somewhat built out as a district. We do have some new construction on homes there. But that's been nice to see that number go up that much. An even better number that we're excited about is the commercial or industrial. Again, 10 years ago, we were about $4 billion. And then now, in 2019, we ended up about nearly $7.5 billion, nearly doubling in size there. So that's been very good. So we commend our partners in our municipalities for all the commercial development that has occurred, bringing in lots of jobs, lots of assessed valuation to the district. So we commend that. So we're excited to see that number there. And then the bottom is just the sum totals. You can see we had because of the Great Recession, we had a couple years dip there from 2010 to 2012. But for the last 7 years, we've had steady increases. You can see the very bottom there, those steady numbers going up and up, which we like to see. We do expect, as we finish out calendar year 2020, we do expect to see another roughly 6% increase on that amount. And the state is projecting right now for 2021, calendar year 2021, values to continue to rise. We expect to have about another 6% increase as well. So we're excited about that. That really helps us with our ability to issue bonds and new growth coming into the district. So with that, those are the 4 pages I really wanted to bring up. And since we have just a minute, I will ask you to turn over to page 107. I do not have that one here, but since we have just a couple minutes, you can see those are our top, as we talk commercial development, those are our top 10 commercial taxpayers again. And you can see for some of them where they were 10 years ago. So the Larry H. Miller companies, what their value in 2019 versus their value in 2010, just within the boundaries of Camden School District, and then going on down the chart there for the top 10 in 2019. So again, we like that because those top 10 make up only about 6.2% of our value, which is good. So we're not really we're not dependent on any one very, very large taxpayer. Some districts in the state and many districts in the nation are very dependent on a large refinery or a large mining operation or large manufacturer or something like that. So ours are somewhat spread out, so we're not really dependent on any one of them, but we of course like to see them all do very well. So with that, a couple of things. I just want to thank Gary Warward, who's put this together. He does a great job. So appreciate him and everyone in the accounting staff who put together our CAFR. I could talk about this all night, but I won't. So with that I don't know if Clarine or Chad wanted anything to add from our audit committee or not. And if not, if there's any other questions for the board, we'll take those.
Questions or comments, board?
Just a couple.
Mr. Wrigley.
I noticed that several companies that are on there, they move out of our district, Pacific Central, CenturyLink and Snowbird and other stuff between.
They're all here, right? They're just not in the top 10. So they could be 15th or 3rd.
All right. Yeah, I just
Snowbird is still here. I can
Snowbird's
guarantee
still-
that.
worried they left us or whatever.
You know where Snowbird or Pacific ended up? Probably just outside. I'm sure just outside that top 10.
And then the school lunches, I mean, we authorized the increase in school lunches. We're not going to know that for a while, I guess, with all the craziness going on.
Yeah, so no, we're not charging school lunch. We did it for the first month of the school year. That's about when the ruling went in. I can't remember the exact date, but it was around the end of September is when the authorization, or they call it a waiver, went into effect. And so we haven't charged since then. We will not charge this whole year. The waiver was good initially was good up through the end of the calendar year, December 31 of 2020. They have extended that for the whole year. So all students will be.
Okay, well, that's good. So we probably won't know for a couple of years if.
Yeah, we do expect, I think we're going to come close to breaking even this year in our lunch fund.
Great.
I don't think we're not going to grow that balance back, and it's very hard to grow it back in a lunch fund because it's fairly small, and we certainly don't want to increase prices again.
So is this smaller this year than last year, or am I just thinking of a different report that was about twice this size?
Our budget book that we put together.
Oh, the
twice
budget
the
book,
size,
okay,
but,
yeah. All right.
The
well, thank
CAFR is
you.
always.
Great job.
Yeah.
Other comments or questions on this? So this is something that is included on the consent agenda for approval later on in tonight's meeting.
Correct.
So thank you, Leon, and thank you, Gary, and your whole team and department. As I read through this, and yes, I did scan through every page, I just was so impressed at how much work and effort, and I know you guys are all experts and understand, and we just appreciate your great work in keeping these things the reports put together and giving them to us for our review and our approval. And it's just really great to work together with you on this responsibility. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and Leon, while you're there, our next item is small capital projects for the 2021-22 school year. So would you like to share that information with us?
Thank you. Want to introduce Rick here, and he may defer to him on a couple of comments as well as we go through this. But I want to just give you a brief update on our three big projects, the high schools, where we're at with those, okay? And so, Rick, if you want to even come up, and you can have a seat right there. And if need to, you can fill me in where I'm missing here. Big thank you to Rick and Carl Patterson and Jake Thomas for all they're doing on the construction of these high schools. Carl lives, I think everybody knows Carl. He's a tremendous asset to the district. He lives at these three high schools. He doesn't even have an office. So he's these three literally every day. And so, but just to brief you on where we're at with these, and we'll just go down in order there. Alta is one that I'm very, very pleased with where we're at. Some of the things that we were looking to finish, we thought would be later in the year, but we've made very good progress. Now we do have the Commons area open. If you haven't been in there, I'd encourage you to go see it. I believe Amanda and Steve have seen it, but I'd encourage you to go in there and look at the Commons and look at the views that we now have there with the windows. We have basically 80% of the Commons because they still need the last 20% to access their new band and choir rooms and the new black box theater. And the tile that's on a cement floor right now, but we will be tiling that this summer. And also they're making great use of that auditorium. Of course, they've had the field house for well over a year now too. But they are finishing up the office suite. You'll notice on the consent agenda under the purchasing bids, we are purchasing the furniture for that. We hope to have the office suite done in early 2021, January, February, for them to move in there. That will be a great addition. So the counselors and the administration all is in one location there. That's going to be very nice. It'll add a new security vestibule into the building there. So we're excited to get that one finished. I originally thought that would not be in place till next school year, but it will be in place roughly January, February. The new band and choir and the black box theater they will not be in place until next school year, but they are coming along. And then the gym floor will be replaced after the basketball season. So it will take about 6 months to do that floor. So they will not have that from roughly middle of March till into September. So they'll end this school year without it, the gym, and also start next school year without it. But it will be a big project that way. Also, we will be, once they move out of their office, they'll be demolishing the old office area and putting in an alumni room and a career center. Part of which the career center can double into another classroom. And then they'll also be doing the final site work, putting in a parent drop-off where their construction trailers are right now. So am I missing anything there? So roughly 90% of the whole renovation of Alta is done. So, but unfortunately, we have to finish one area, then move the people in the departments to do the next area. So that, and wait for the basketball season to finish up as well. So that's where we are with Alta. We'll move up to Brighton now. So we've made very good progress there. The two classroom wings, if you drive by, you can see the two classroom wings going up there. One has its roof on. The other one should have the roof on by the end of this month. So they're doing the interior plumbing, electrical. They've started to do drywall in one of the wings. We are expecting those to be done roughly in before the start of next school year. Roughly June or July is when we're looking for those wings to be done. The last part is the lunchroom commons area and the kitchen. That will bump up against the start of the school year. So that will be into late July before we're into those. It's going to be a very tight schedule for both Brighton and Hillcrest to get those online. We've had delays in materials. I think we've talked about that. Concrete's been a big one lately that we really didn't expect, but we've also had delays in steel and plumbing supplies, and also lots of quarantine workers due to COVID issues at both sites there. So is there anything on Brighton? Yeah. The new auditorium, we were impacted by quarantine issues there. We're hoping to have that done by the end of November. I think we're 2 weeks out till we get that in place. The seating is in place there now. So I'd encourage you, if you haven't been into the new arts building or the new gym at either place, at either Brighton or Hillcrest, I encourage you to go see those. I don't think there's going to be a high school in the state that's going to rival their auditorium, the whole building layout of those two right there. So we're really proud of these two projects. We move down to Hillcrest right now, and that's if you drive by 7th East, you can see the 4-story tower going up there. We're again putting in the electrical and the framing. We've done the foundation, the concrete slab for their commons area. So we've basically connected the whole, their arts wing and their new building and their classroom wing together now. So that's moving along well. So we should, again, the timeline's about the same. We'll have part of that building by the end of June, but the other part will be pushed up against the start of the school year. So both these two will be very tight schedules. Every week we meet with the contractors and we go over schedule. And we have laid out a schedule that will get them done, but it's going to be very tight. So just to let you know on that. But also keep in mind for both schools, that is the building part done. There's still quite a bit of site work that will not be done until after school starts. So at Brighton, they will be tearing down the old building and then doing the parking lot. And that also will tie into the new roundabout with Cottonwood Heights. I don't think, well, we know that parking lot will not be done until basically a year from now. We're tying into that roundabout. So they'll still be parking at the church and the Cottonwood Heights Rec Center and walking across. So that will not be done. And then at Hillcrest, again, there's a parking lot will go in. That will be done in roughly a year from now. But their ball fields, which is the softball, baseball, soccer, and tennis courts, we will not be able to get to those until start of 2022 in the spring of 2022. So keep in mind at Brighton, the ball fields are already in and the tennis courts are already in. Those are the last things that go in at Hillcrest, but they will not be able to get those in because they're part of where the new building is sitting right now. So we have to wait till the weather clears and whatnot. So that will go into 2022. So, but the good news is, I've talked with Rick a little bit about this. If you think back 3 years ago now, we had just passed the bond. And, we started roughly in August. Amber and Nancy were part of the design team of Brighton, and Mont was part of the one at Hillcrest. And we started in August of 2017. And if you look at how far we've come with those two projects in 3+ years, I think it's amazing. So we're very, very proud of where we're at with those. So right there. So, but the big thing for our facilities is to get these buildings open starting next year. So that's going to take a lot of our resources of moving out. Basically we're moving out equipment, 50 years worth of storage stuff that has been stored in both these schools and got to move it into the new building. So that is quite a daunting task that will be coming up this year. And that's going to take a lot of our resources. That's why when we go over these small cap projects, there's only a few because this will be our main focus this upcoming year. Is there any question before we kind of pivot into the small capital of these?
Mrs. Oakes?
Thanks, Leon. I agree with you that auditorium and outside is spectacular. It's fantastic. And My not so secret wish is that we can have some sort of celebration as a district when this COVID thing is over and take advantage of that amazing auditorium and invite the public in. I just think it was never properly celebrated. And I know it's been kind of a headache for a lot of people in that neighborhood that didn't expect it to appear or block the view the way that it has. But I want people to be able to enjoy and really appreciate the resource that's going to be there and open to our community.
Yeah,
So
it's great. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Wrigley.
Yeah, just briefly, I had an opportunity to drive past Hillcrest a couple days ago with my wife. I was just in awe in those buildings. They're just beautiful. The architecture, I'm just looking at that, taking it all in. And I said to my wife, I said, so what do you think? And she says, I like the color. So you got a nice color, I guess, out of everything you
I
did.
like the color.
Easy to please,
I
I
like
guess.
the color too. It's going to turn out great. Also on the 3 new ones coming up, that would be Glacier Hills, Peruvian Park, and Union. So Glacier Hills, the designs are done. We have that out, what we call on the street, collecting bids right now, right? So at the end of the middle of this month, we'll have the bids back on that one. The beginning of January, we will release Peruvian Park. That one is also done. We're intentionally spreading out the bids because we don't want to be bidding against ourselves. So we're spacing these out. So then Peruvian Park will go out that first week in January. That will be about 3 weeks, and we'll get those back. And then about 2 weeks after that, we'll release Union and get those back. So starting in early 2021, we will be bringing you the bids for your approval on those next 3 projects, probably one meeting after the next. We usually have not put those on the consent agenda because it's a $25 million building. So we like to pull it off and have you look at the design and where we're at with it and go over the cost with you. So, but that will be forthcoming. Then moving on to our small capital process. How we look at these upcoming projects. We're going to go through spend December through February designing these. We'll then solicit bids, then bring those bids back to you for your approval. And then we'll start the projects, maybe in May, or if it's going to interrupt the school in any way, we'll have to wait till the end of the school year. Part of the problem, and I addressed this earlier, is the bond projects have costed us more than we expected. We've gone over that several times. So we have to use some of our ongoing capital funds to supplement this. And also, especially this summer, moving into Brighton and Hillcrest is going to take a lot of the resources of our facilities and our warehouse group. So that's why we have a limited number. We also have a limited budget, roughly of around $2.5 million is what we anticipate to spend on our small capital projects this year. There's 2 of them we want to just go over a little bit more in detail because we want to have these as multi-year plans. The first one is Eastmont. Eastmont's of our 8 middle schools. Eastmont's not the one that's not going through either a major renovation or a complete rebuild, but we do want to look at a 5-year plan of doing some things at that building. The first one is probably the less visual appealing, but we'd like to do that this summer, and that's put a fire loop, what we call a fire loop, or loop the whole building with essentially a fire hose or fire pipe. It's not looped right now. And so we expect that to cost us around $650,000. This will save us on our annual water bill that we have with White City because it will be metered differently. But going out in the future, we'll like to look at the elevator there. There are some issues with the current elevator. We need to look at the flooring, the carpeting, and the tile. And also, I would really like to look at doing something with that office. It's just it's in the middle of the building. And we'd like to look at seeing if we can redesign it to move it or relocate it to the front of the building. So we'll probably look at each of those 3 things in the next 3 years as well. The next one we want to look at is the transportation department and the warehouse. The transportation building, if you haven't been in it, needs some work. It's our oldest building. It was built in 1950. So it's 60 years old. And also the warehouse, we think that needs some improvements as well. That's, you know, built in 1975. I often say I was built between those. I'm almost as old as, I'm a little bit older than the warehouse, and I need lots of improvement. So that does as well. Some of the issues that we see in those is the seismic concerns, mainly with the transportation building being so old and not built on unreinforced masonry. We really need to improve the office area. We just don't have, and that would help with the flow and the daily operations. We don't have we have the dispatchers and the routing employees in different areas just because of space issues. We also need to move those underground tanks by the environmental quality standards by 2024. And the sprinkler and the warehouse doesn't have a sprinkling system in it. So we're always somewhat at risk with all the inventory that we have stored in there as well. So we want to watch that. So we'd like to hire an architect this year to give us a few options going forward. We think that will cost about $50,000 for the architect. We'll bring these back to the long-term planning committee first, and let's see if we can't develop a funding plan over a couple of years to try and address these. So that's what we call. So those two we want to focus on the next couple of years as well, just not this upcoming summer. But in the meantime, these are the projects that we are proposing to do this summer. Again, there's not a whole lot of them. Some of them are driven by safety concerns, and some of them are driven by the construction that we'll be doing there. So we'll just go down the list. The first one we talked about is the fire loop. Again, looping that whole building, putting in new fire hydrants along the way at Eastmont. We've been asked by Sandy City to look at all our buildings and loop them all. As we rebuild them, it's part of the fire code that you have to loop them. But these that were before that, we don't, but we would like to, we do feel like it is a safety issue, and the Sandy City has encouraged us to look at adding this feature. The next one down is because, if you remember a few years ago, we replaced the boilers at Peruvian Park because just the need there was so great. But they're about 6 years old, but still in very good shape. So we'd like to move 2 of those. There's 3 there. One we're going to use as storage in case we ever need one, but 2 of them we would really like to take down to Sprucewood because that's the next building that needs an HVAC upgrade. The third one down is there are some safety concerns at the Alta High baseball and softball fields. We walked that a couple of times with their administration there and with their architect, and there's some we feel like there's some legitimate safety concerns with the outfield and the infield there. So we're going to look at regrading and putting in a whole new sprinkling system for that one. We'd also like to look at adding a concession building. That's the one school right now that does not have a baseball concession building. So we need to look at that one on down the line. We'll have extra playgrounds that will be moved. We're going to move the Edgemont one down to Crescent View for next year for the students there. But we'd also like to move the Peruvian Park one to either East Midville or Sandy as well. Both those are actually in pretty good shape, so we want to reuse those. Last several years, we've been doing some irrigation upgrades at schools, replacing the old metal pipe with new PVC pipe and updating the control system and the valves on that, so it irrigates better and also much more efficient. So Granite Elementary is the one school that we want to do this year. And over the next few years, we want to look at putting in some dividing curtains at some of these I won't call them older elementaries, but some of these elementaries where we can split the cafeteria in half, so they could still have lunch on one side and then still be doing classroom activities, some type of brain boosters or some type of gym class on the other side. And so we'd like to look at that at Park Lane this summer. So, and then the master plan for the transportation warehouse. So again, we wanted to stay around the $2.6 million there. So with your permission, we'd bring those back as we bid those out and bring those back to you for your approval with that. And then just looking ahead, again, we always have to plan a year and a half ahead and see where we're at. But we're always going to look at safety and security issues at our schools, and then continue on at Eastmont and the transportation, what we can do there. We want to look at elementary camera upgrades as well. We feel like that's getting to be an issue, and we want to do that. The new schools, we put in nice updated digital camera systems, but these older schools, we want to upgrade those systems. And then we'll look at some irrigation and roof replacements and some parking lot improvements that summer of 2022 as well. So with that, is there any questions you may have?
Mr. Wrigley.
Yeah, as I was looking over this, sometimes it always amazes me on how much all this stuff costs. Is it actually going to cost us $500,000 to move boilers that we already own? Is that just the installation costs, or is that,
Well, we have to repipe. We own them, but we've got to basically repipe most of the building so they fit in there.
Okay. And then the playgrounds, tell me a little bit about that. I mean, that's because we're just moving playground equipment. How does he get $450,000 to move playground equipment? Is that we have to put a new playground in, or?
Well, you got to put in the fall surfacing there. This equipment's the same, but to disassemble it and then reassemble it, but you also have, one of the expensive things is the fall system. So if a child falls off the monkey bars, they have to land on the turf, and that really can't be replaced. So you got to dig that out and then put you want to
put a concrete base in, and then we put the fall surface on top of that. But a lot of the cost too is to relocate that equipment and remove it, because it just can't be demoed. They've got to actually saw cut that and remove the equipment so it can be placed back in. So it surprises me.
Yeah, no, I looked at him going, that's
When we
almost
do
$500,000 to move two playgrounds. And I know you're right,
those
but
costs every year. And it involves 3 or 4 different contractors too, and that's what makes it different.
interesting. And then on Edgemont, is there any other alternative? I know that's a big issue on that, but we'll only use it a year, and then it probably won't be used as an elementary again.
Yeah, I don't know what other options we have.
Yeah.
It was very important for both of those schools to have a playground down there, even though it was for a year. I mean, we talked about that too, but we couldn't see any other options. And yeah.
Well, if we move them in April, will it actually have much time?
They won't. Yeah, that's been one of the issues that we've heard from some of the parents about. If they move in April, they will not have, the playground needs to stay at Edgemont, or it's going to take about 60 days to relocate it all.
Okay,
So it's either, take it out of Edgemont early.
we won't have it this year.
Yeah,
but
so we won't have it this year.
Next year, the whole year.
Yeah, we should have it the whole year next year, but
It's, all right, thank you. I know you guys get the best bids, but I look at some of this stuff like a divider Kurt for 100,000. I'm going, oh my gosh. Whatever. Thank you.
Mr. Iverson.
So on that playground, I know I've mentioned before, but there's a playground right next door to Crescent View, the Crescent Park
the park, yeah.
playground.
Mhm.
Why can't we use that and save $450,000?
Quite a ways, from the front doors, it's quite a ways around there. And this principals and the school administrators were concerned because it's just so far away, dealing with the supervision and having 2 schools there.
But not from the back doors,
And it was
I
smaller.
don't think.
Yeah, they've got access out of the cafeteria and playroom area. Part of the problem was too is the size. It wasn't built for 2 elementary schools to use the one over at the park, and so it was smaller. I mean, we've talked a lot about the different options in that, and I mean, we could sure revisit that.
Yeah,
but
we could.
Okay, that just seems like a lot of money to me for,
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
to move a playground for 1 year when there's a playground like literally,
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm just estimating 60 yards from the corner of the building through a little fence.
Well, we can revisit that with the.
Yeah, Leon, will you just kind of summarize? I'm not sure that those listening in could hear why that park playground.
Again, it's, using 2 schools there, and the playground equipment that they have there is not that big. But that being said, I think we could take the principals there and some of the recess assistants and have them walk through and take a look and see if that will work for a year. We'd like that. We'd be all for that. But we also know that that's been one of the big issues about moving down there for a year is they would not have the playgrounds that they've been used to having.
Yeah, I mean, even if we had to hire more staff or if we had to augment the cities so that we actually had something after it was done and increase the cities or something, that would probably be a better value to taxpayers than to have it something maybe not used after that. So that could be, but we'll leave it up to you guys to make that decision. But I mean, if it's, we definitely would have a nice playground for the kids. But if there's possibility of even increasing the current one they have there at the park, I'm sure the city wouldn't mind, but it would be there forever. Versus 1 year,
It would be
then-
worth taking another look, because part of the cost on that is you're taking a grass area, you're removing that, relocating the sprinkling system, and it's basically starting over.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing you're saving is the equipment.
Yeah.
Reinstalling that, but you've got a lot of prep work to put one of those
Yeah.
in.
Yeah, because I mean, it probably won't be needed after a year. We'll probably take the whole thing out and cover it up.
Mrs. Oaks.
I like that idea, Steve. I think that's great, especially if you if you have up to 450,000 to work with. Seems like you can make a significant gift that the community can enjoy for a long time in the future. So it's a good point.
Yeah, but that's two different things. That's just not the one. So it's really half of that, just, yeah,
225.
just so we know what we're
each
talking
one of
about.
those, so.
And so, but speaking of the playgrounds, moving the one from Peruvian Park to East Midvale or Sandy, would that be replacing a playground that they have or adding to?
It would be adding to ones that they've got. Some of the equipment may be used with the existing playground that they have, but for the most part, it would be adding to.
So it would be building then a new subsurface and a fall surface and all of that.
Correct.
And then after the year, then what do we do with it?
Of the one that might be relocated to Crescent View, I'm assuming the one for East Midvale or Sandy would just stay there.
Yeah, but
Okay.
That one would stay, but the one over at Crescent View, we would probably, depending on the condition then, we would either reuse it at another school or add a playground at another elementary school.
and that's more money to move it again, right? That's not
Oh, yeah,
included
you
right
would pay
there.
again
And
to
you're paying the
reinstall.
200,000.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Google Maps and I mean, it's 40 or 50 yards away. Anyway, my opinion.
All right, well, that's good to know. What we'll do is we'll let the principals know this and go walk the site with them and talk with the city and see what we can do, see if there's some options out
Yeah,
there.
I think we all want to be sure they have a really nice playground out there now. That's an issue. The question is there some other alternatives that might be better use of the 225,000?
Mrs. Oaks.
Can I just put in another request with regard to trees? I know that it's a large temptation in this state to pull trees out if they get remotely in the way of a playground or a driveway or a whole lot of other nefarious things. But I would submit that for children and their development, trees are really important. So if we can do anything that we can in these builds, remodels, or changes to please hold on to any mature trees that are on the property, that would be greatly appreciated.
Absolutely. We'll make sure we do that.
Thank you. Other questions or thoughts on this? I just had a thought too, that when you meet with the principals, just maybe see if there are other types of PE or recreation equipment and even hire additional aides or something for the year to help out to meet those needs. Because we all know how important physical activity is for young people. And so maybe if they could think that through and know that that would be an option as well, if that would work for them. Okay. Any other ideas? Thank you. I know, I mean, you've got this boiled down to a pretty simple list, but I know it represents a lot of work, a lot of discussion, a lot of thought, and a lot of I'm sure you've actually walked some of these areas and looked at them and from many different angles. So we appreciate the work that goes into that. Okay, thank you. Next item is annual textbook adoption proposal. This is a first reading, and I will turn the time over to Dr. Amber Roderick Landward, Director of ISD, Instructional Supports Department.
Sorry.
Here we go. I'm excited to be proposing our annual curriculum adoption. As you recall, last year we revamped the process, and so I thought I would take a couple of minutes, thanks Leon, to give you an overview of what we presented last year in terms of the new process, and then share with you the adoptions that are up for proposal and address any questions that you have in moving forward. So last year, as you recall, we came to you in September with the proposal to streamline all of our curriculum adoption processes. And the rationale for doing that was that USBE had put out a 10-year timeline of when they plan to revise standards, which was amazingly helpful for every educator in the state and gave us an opportunity to really look at our practice and our policy with regards to curriculum adoption and think about how we can streamline that information, increase efficiency for everybody's time, particularly your time as you have a lot to review. But most importantly, really look at the predictability for all of the stakeholders so that everybody is well aware in far enough advance what is being adopted and when in terms of curriculum and standards. So what you have a hard copy of as well, and I apologize if you tried to get on the website, our website that had this information. When we put together the memo, what I didn't take into account was that our web pages were being transferred to the new WordPress. And so then a lot of the documents that were embedded went missing for a little bit and we got those re-added. But at any rate, it may have caused you some frustration if you tried to see this information and couldn't. So that's why I've given you a hard copy here. And this just highlights essentially the USBE timeline for those standards revision that is listed in green in this table. And then in blue, you have the coinciding Canyons actions in terms of curriculum adoption to support those standards, implementation, curriculum maps, and all of those pieces. So this will give you an at-a-glance look at the next 10 years. As of this year, there have not been any changes to USBE's timeline, but we'll continue to keep this updated if there are changes, either from them or from us. So the process that we worked together on last year and that you all approved was to look at beginning to consider curriculum 18 months before we would expect implementation, so that we really had time to involve all stakeholders, take the time to really review the various curricula that are out there, and then really think through our implementation plan. And then every November, this year it's December, but COVID has delayed everything, so hopefully we'll be back on track next year. But every November, come to you with all of the proposals for all curricula that we would be wanting to implement the following school year. So for each curriculum program, the department that is adopting or requesting the adoption would complete a comprehensive 25-step checklist. And you see the completed version for the proposal at hand tonight, and then outline specifics in terms of the curriculum overview that has been selected as a part of that process. So those will be the documents that are involved in the proposal to you, but also that are made publicly available and published on our website as well as other places so that folks can see those and we can be transparent about the entire process. Part of the process also involves making the materials available for stakeholders to review and offer feedback, and the process is outlined in the checklist as well. And then we organize notice for the public through all of the standard communication channels that our communications department and schools continually use, like the homepage rotator, our general news bulletins, school and district newsletters like CSD-TV, as well as our department webpage and so on. And then just the approval process based on what you all did last year. And again, it's totally up to you, but just making sure that folks, particularly those who are listening, know that it's a couple meeting process, not just a one time conversation. Last year, the first reading, you were given all of the proposals because last year you had a lot more to review. That gave everybody time to review those. Second reading, we addressed questions. And then the third reading, I was able to share with you the feedback that had been collected based on the stakeholders who reviewed those materials. And then last year, you did take action the third meeting. So is this kind of the same process you want to follow this year? I mean, it could be more readings, and I think we all recognize that, but in terms of just my next steps of what you need me to do. Okay. So for the 21-22 school year, the proposed adoption this year that we have on the table is for third grade science. And we are recommending that we adopt as a district Inspire Science, which is published by McGraw-Hill. If you recall, last year, we proposed that we adopt this program for our 4th and 5th grade students for science. And so we're just bringing the same proposal back now for 3rd grade. What you have a hard copy of, if you were not able to access it digitally, is the curriculum adoption overview that highlights the rationale, the summary of evidence behind this particular program, the features of the curriculum, what sets it apart from others, what considerations need to be taken into account for successful implementation, the costs, and then where the funding source to cover those costs will come. The last document that you have, and again, this is also available online for folks from this point forward, is a breakdown of those 25 steps that I mentioned that are part of the process. I believe is 17 of those. Yes, 17 of those happen up to this point, and then the remaining 8 happen after adoption. And you can see with each action step, the date in which the item was completed, as well as any evidence that supports that action step so that you can look through the specifics of the meeting notes, the communications, the rubrics, all of those pieces that were used to come to this decision. And that is all that we have on the docket for this proposal. Next year's will probably look a little bit bigger because we did push some of them back with COVID. But 3rd grade science is the one that we have for this year. Any questions that I can answer or that you need me to be thinking about for our next time together?
Mr. Wrigley.
Yeah, just thank you for putting this all together. It's a really sound process or whatever. In trying to look at the digital book, it tells me our username or user password number doesn't work. I tried that on several times.
You did, okay, I
You
will.
can check that to that.
I will
The
check
question
it
on
out. I
this,
wonder
there's
if
so
the
many
start
going
date-
online. Is this an actual textbook or do we have a textbook and an ebook so that we get a combination of both, because we may be using more ebook in the future than
Yep.
textbooks?
We get both. We get a hard copy textbook and then we have all the resources digitally. With COVID this year, for the review and opening it up to stakeholders, we typically send the hard copies to the schools so that folks can come in and review those. But we wanted to minimize people coming in and out of the schools. So we're giving everybody the demo code and they should be able to look at all of the comprehensive materials. I will find out why it is not working and
Okay.
get back to you on that.
Yeah,
But
so, yeah,
during adoption, it would be both.
okay, so it looks like if we move forward with the book, we would get rights to the ebook
Correct.
so that kids could get on it, because if we have to have a going back and forth we've been doing.
Right.
And then does this also fit with Canvas, and how does that work as far as assignments and stuff, how the ebook would fit with this or whatever?
So in the same way that we currently connect and embed our resources in Canvas with all of our other curricula, this would have those same components. And our 4th and 5th grade teachers are using this year. It's their first year of implementation. So they're able to assign specific components digitally to all students in person or who are online. And then if they choose to grade those in Canvas or add specific components, they can do that as well.
So does this also basically have sort of their own website where they have additional stuff?
It does.
And are there tests that then come with this also? So it's more of a package than rather.
It is, right. It's very
traditional thinking about
comprehensive.
Textbook as we did in the past.
Right.
We're talking about a whole system now, basically.
Correct. Similar to our math and our English language arts curriculum that we've adopted in the
So
past.
we're looking at a whole combination of everything that goes together. Great, thank you.
Mrs. Oaks.
Okay, so you were saying that the 5th grade teachers have been using this curriculum, is that right?
Yes.
What kind of feedback are you getting back from them on it?
We haven't collected broad feedback just yet. So with the curriculum maps, they didn't start teaching it until, what month are we? Until end of October, because the first part of the curriculum map time was organized to teaching keyboarding and those particular skills. Then they jumped into their first unit, I believe, in mid-October. So they're still pretty new into it. Like any new implementation, it's not going to go smooth right off the bat. Particularly this year with COVID, we had to scale back on our training and offer more virtual training where we prefer to do in person, especially with science when there's lots of hands-on and a lot of the lab components, especially with the new standards that are phenomena-based and really looking at that inquiry. I think that there's a lot more work that we have to do. So while I personally haven't heard and collected a lot of feedback from the teachers, I'm sure they have a lot to tell us when we start asking them about how we can improve implementation. And I'm happy to gather that information more formally next time if that would be helpful.
Okay. Any other thoughts or questions on this? Will you explain maybe in some detail how you propose accomplishing the portion of the process that would allow parents or the public to preview these materials?
Mm-hmm. So the information that I shared with you in the memo in terms of the password and access code will be posted on our website as well. So parents will be able to preview the materials digitally. If they would like to look at a hard copy, we will have those available in our reception areas so that folks can preview those one at a time, and then we can take the proper precautions to keep everybody safe. But then they're coming here to one location rather than to all of our schools. So they will have both options. There's also an opportunity for them to provide feedback should they choose after reviewing the materials. And that's done electronically. And we can provide them with digital access to a device, or provide them with a device so that they can submit that feedback while it's fresh on their mind after reviewing if they've come in person, or as they've done it at their leisure, they can complete that at any time.
Great, thank you. Anything else? All right, thank you so much for this.
Just to summarize really quick though, next time you want a little bit more feedback about how it's working in 4th and 5th grade so that you can keep that in mind. Perfect.
And so, yeah, let's just quickly review the time frame on this. When we say next time, do we want it in 2 weeks, or do you think
It's up to
you
you.
would like more time to gather some of this?
I can gather
information?
informal information pretty quickly. More formal, it might take a little bit more time. So it's really up to you.
And when would you like action to be taken on this? Let's maybe,
In January, it
that
would
way.
be great just so that we can get on the docket for ordering and planning professional development, whatever that might look like in the future. The biggest piece is just making sure that we have it approved in a timely manner so that we can get the materials here in time for the teachers to be trained and actually access those materials during the training.
So one of the reasons I I'm asking for this is I got to sit on the State Science Standards Review Committee when we were talking about K through 6 and then 9 through 12 standards. And there was such a large focus on making sure that the kids were receiving real hands-on opportunities with science, which I know with COVID is like an oxymoron.
I know.
So I'm just really
a
interested.
bummer year to be implementing new science
Yeah,
curriculum. for
I
that reason.
recognize that. And I know it's not a perfect world, although I will say, like, part of me wonders if, I'm just curious about what the teachers are feeling in terms of trying to teach with this and whether or not we're giving them any sort of opportunities to go outside with the kids. I know it's cold, but there are worse things than cold. To me, it's worse to not be able to have any joy when you're learning science, actually. So I think I'm just curious about like what kind of solutions they're coming up with and what we can do to make sure that moving forward, science can be a joyful subject for children at any age. So.
And I think that's a really good point. So I will do what I can to gather that information. And I will say, to our teachers' credit, when we started training them last year and the year before, just on the new standards and the process in terms of the 3D framework, and to see the teachers get so excited about teaching science at the elementary level was amazing. And so they were excited about the adoption, and then COVID hit and they were less excited about the adoption, as you can imagine. But to their credit, they have taken the materials, and I know that they have moved forward at varying degrees. I just don't know the specifics. So I will find that out. But it is a little bit of a damper to have COVID upon us in implementing this hands-on curriculum.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, I think if for December 15th meeting, you could bring back what information you can gather, and not only what it's like in the current moment to be teaching with this
Planning
new
ahead.
standards and new curriculum, but what they see, what the potential is, and how they can see beyond the current moment for science. Because I know for a lot of years, we've heard from parents and teachers about that this was an area we were lacking
Absolutely.
good resources. And so I'm excited about the potential for this. So let's maybe include that part in your
Okay.
report.
Perfect. I will have that
For
ready
the
next
15th.
time. And if you think of anything else that you want me to be prepared with between now and then, just let me know. You know where to find me.
Okay, Mrs. Oaks?
If we could provide some sort of an open-ended boxes of like feedback from teachers are always like really hard for Hal and his staff. But like one formative experience I had once was when I visited a private school in Hawaii when I was on vacation, which sounds really weird, but they had just barely come back from Ford Island, where the scientists there were showing them all of the hands-on opportunities that they had for elementary, middle, and high school students to come and learn. But at the same time, and this is several years ago, they mentioned that they had live feeds available for any school in the country at any moment to check in and see what their scientists were doing, and that the scientists would interact with classrooms. That was way before COVID and way before all of the online learning that is going on now. And I remember being so profoundly impacted by that, as well as an experience I had with my boys when they were doing the FLL Lego League competition, and they were learning about natural disasters. And they talked to somebody that was one of the brightest scientists on the subject of hurricanes. And this guy had more degrees than I could count. He worked for all sorts of agencies at the federal level, and yet he took time to talk to my 12 and 13-year-old sons. I think if teachers realize what kind of resources there are out there and how the scientific community is actually quite eager to give back to children in the classroom, even though they can't always touch things
Right.
the way we'd want to, I just think that there's a lot of opportunity that perhaps we haven't explored yet. And I would love to hear from teachers if they have ideas that could be shared with their other fellow teachers.
Great. Thank you.
Mrs. Schill?
Also, I mean, I see that the cost is in there per student, right? It's like $93, but will you bring us back like a total cost just so we know what that is district-wide?
Happy to do that.
Okay, thank you.
And And I guess to add to that, maybe how much of it would be ongoing costs? Like do we need to renew licenses every year for some consumables or an annual
Mhm.
subscription of something like that?
I'll break that all down. Great.
Okay, I
Okay,
don't
we'll
see
see
any
you in
other
a few weeks.
questions and requests for information. Thank you so much. All right, board, that concludes the items on our study session. So we have a few minutes. We will take a break and reconvene for the business meeting at 7:00 p.m. I'm going to talk to Shane.
I do have a beer. I do. Have a beer. For a few more weeks. Kicks me out. No better. Yeah, they've now got a school night. And that's 70. Just yesterday. And Brighton goes back. Jordan school.
Okay, good evening. I'd like to welcome everyone to the business meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is December 1st, 2020, and we are meeting at the district office building located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. And at this time, I would like to excuse Board Member Mont Millerberg, who is not with us this evening. And so with that, our first item on the agenda is to approve the agenda for this evening's meeting. I will take a motion for that.
I will move to approve the agenda for today, December 1st, 2020.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any discussion to the motion? All right, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, that motion passes. Thank you. We will now be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Superintendent Rick Robbins.
Could everybody please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Appreciate that. Okay, it's time for recognitions. And so I will turn the time over to Jeff Haney, Director, and Kirsten Stewart, Associate Director of Communications and Public Relations.
For this time that you give us to recognize the achievements of the students, faculty, and staff of Canyon School District. Tonight, for our recognitions, we are celebrating the achievements of champions and heroes in our community. As we have mentioned before, in any other year, we would have this room packed full of friends and family who are here to celebrate the achievements of those who we are recognizing. But in this era of COVID-19 and with the safety precautions that we have in place, we've reduced the number of people who are in board chambers, but those who are recognized tonight will get a letter of appreciation from the board and the superintendent, as well as a Canyons District keychain. So again, thank you to the board for allowing us to continue recognizing people in the Canyons community for all that they contribute to our success. And our first honorees tonight are true champions of Canyon School District, the Corner Canyon High football team. So 3 cheers for 3 years of being the best in Utah football circles. So congratulations to Corner Canyon High's football team, which on November 20th decisively won the 2020 6A title. The team defeated Lone Peak 45-7 to win the second consecutive state championship in the 6A classification. Last year, the Chargers beat American Fork at Rice-Eccles Stadium for the state trophy. And in 2018, the Chargers won in the 5A division. So this year's win streak puts Coach Eric Kerr in rare company among Utah high school coaches. Only 5 other coaches in Utah history have won 3 state championships in a row. So congratulations to the Corner Canyon Chargers and best of luck continuing their win streak. They were 14 wins, 0 losses this season. So congratulations to the Chargers. And this makes already this year 2 state championships for Canyons District student athletes. So congratulations to all of our students as they achieve on the athletic field. Our next honoree is Doug Christensen, who is the custodian at Silver Mesa Elementary. In January, Doug will be honored by Sandy Mayor Kurt Bradburn at the 2020 Citizen Appreciation Awards. He'll receive the Hero of the Year Award for jumping into action in the school's cafeteria when a student was choking on a tater tot. Now, what the student didn't know is that Doug is a former EMT. He was sweeping the floor in the cafeteria when the girl's friend signaled to him saying that her friend was choking on a piece of food. He didn't think twice before using his medical training, and he administered the Heimlich maneuver, and he saved the girl. After a few minutes of her not being able to breathe, obviously her friends were very concerned. She was concerned, but obviously all is well that ends well. A feature story on him aired on Fox 13, and now he's going to receive the Hero of the Year award. So thank you to Doug for his quick thinking, and congratulations to him on his upcoming award. Now, President Tingy and members of the board, we hope the Canyons community was able to relax and recharge a little bit over the Thanksgiving holiday, a holiday that likely looked a little bit different than in years past. But there is a new tradition emerging in Canyon School District, and this year we drew nearly 300 members of the community who wanted to do a little good while earning their pumpkin pie. The Canyons Education Foundation's Trot for Tech, a virtual 5K fundraiser, which was held to benefit the students in need who don't have Wi-Fi at their homes, raised about $6,500. So we thank everyone who participated in this fun event that will help so many of our students. Now, as a side note, as I was running the 5K at a local gymnasium, I was into the race for about a mile before I realized that the runner next to me was none other than Dr. Jim Briscoe. He was running on the treadmill right next to me when we noticed each other, and I was like, hey, he looks great. He says hello to everyone, and he says that he loves retirement. Since Canyons District's founding, central office employees have planned an event that we've called the Gathering for Good. Basically, we pack into a conference room during the holiday season to eat a great meal that's fixed by our nutrition services department, and we shop in a silent auction that benefits our homeless kids. Now, while this year's COVID-19 safety precautions won't allow us to enjoy this holiday meal together, we believe that our Yuletide goodwill will continue to shine through. This year, we're having a virtual holiday social that we're calling the Not Gathering for the Greater Good. Now, from the safety of homes or offices, Canyons District employees can bid on auction items that have been generously donated by the Canyons community. And the bidding starts at noon on December 10th and ends at noon on December 17th. The Canyons Education Foundation also is taking donations for this holiday fundraiser. Central office departments also will be able to visit the Canyons Cafe in staggered times on the 17th to pick up some desserts that are made by our nutrition services department. So we will be celebrating the holiday, just not in a way that we're used to, but we will continue to raise money not only for our homeless kids, but for students who need some mental health supports. Now, another thing, big shout out to Responsive Services for their efforts to begin administering rapid COVID-19 tests to all students and employees. And the district is providing optional COVID testing as a courtesy to all of the teachers and staff. Specially trained staff began administering rapid testing free of charge to employees this week. If you go downstairs, the drive-through in the garage, that's where our Responsive Services Department is doing the testing. And it's recommended for those who are asymptomatic, but we're not turning anyone away. Now, this is for everyone's benefit as we face this public health challenge together. And more information about the rapid testing can be found on our website, canyonsdistrict.org. Now, President Tingy, this concludes this portion of the recognitions where we honor our faculty, our employees, and staff, but we have planned one more recognition tonight for a member of the Canyons District family, Mr. Chad Iverson, who has been a familiar face for the past 8 years. President Tingy, I believe that you have some information you'd like to present before I move forward with the recognitions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Haney. I would like to read a statement recognizing Mr. Iverson. In recognition of his service and dedication, the Canyons Board of Education presents this resolution in honor of Mr. Chad Iverson. Whereas for the last 8 years, Mr. Iverson has diligently served as a member of the Canyons Board of Education, which oversees public education services to approximately 34,000 students from the cities of Draper, Sandy, Cottonwood Heights, Midvale, and the towns of Alta, Brighton, and White City. Whereas Mr. Iverson supported innovations designed to inspire high levels of student achievement and whose critical thinking and in-depth examination of proposals has led to robust discussions and a thorough decision-making process that has benefited the Canyons District community as a whole. Whereas Mr. Iverson was a member of the board during national searches for vital leadership posts in Canyons District and participated in the selection and appointment of 2 chief executives, Superintendent Dr. Jim Briscoe and Superintendent Dr. Rick Robbins. Whereas during Mr. Iverson's tenure on the board, Canyons District has continued the ambitious construction schedule to renovate, rebuild, and upgrade schools throughout the district. Whereas during Mr. Iverson's time on the board, Canyons District has emerged as an innovative and responsive district that is a leader in the state in academics, arts education, and athletics, as evidenced by rising achievement scores, a significant increase in CSD's high school graduation rate, awards for stellar artwork and stage performances, and dozens of team and individual region and state championship trophies, including in freshman competition sports leagues. Whereas Mr. Iverson's contributions as an advocate for his constituents and his commitment to transparency and financial accountability to taxpayers will be hallmarks of his service on the board. Therefore, be it resolved that the Canyons Board of Education expresses appreciation for the contributions made by Mr. Chad Iverson during his years of service to Canyon School District.
Let's give a round of applause for Mr. Iverson. And he couldn't escape our camera the 8 years that he was here, even though he tried so often. Would you please play a video that we've put together of Chad as he has been serving the community as a Canyons District member of the Board of Education?
minutes, 525,000 moments so dear, 525,600 minutes. How do you measure a year? In daylights, in sunsets, in midnights, in cups of coffee, in inches, in miles, in laughter, in strife. 525,600 minutes. How do you measure a year in the life? How about love? How about love? How about love? Measuring love. Seasons of love. he learned, or in times that he cried, in bridges deeper, or the way that she died. It's time to sing out, though the story never ends. Let's celebrate, remember a year in the life of a friend. Remember the seasons of love.
See, Chad, you couldn't escape the camera no matter how hard you tried. Over 8 years, we've been able to work with Mr. Iverson. He's done so much for the people that he represented in his community. And I believe that President Tingy has some items that she would like to present. So I turn this time back to you, President Tingy.
Yes, we do have some items for you, but we also have several of us would like to make some comments before I give you all the swag that we hope that you will always remember your time and your service here. First of all, I'd like to call on Superintendent Robbins and then Business Administrator Leon Wilcox.
Thank you, President Tingy. I'd like to express my gratitude to Chad. And although the time has been short coming on as superintendent, I'd just like to also recognize your passion and your dedication, your guidance and your leadership. And, you know, to me, a real true test of a leader is when things aren't always so great. And to start out in the middle of a pandemic for myself, that's really the true test and character of a leader. And through it all, your guidance and your leadership has been steady. It's been consistent. Most of all, I just appreciate your friendship, and I'll cherish that. And as Jeff has said many times, this is a year that we will never forget. And I think that certainly applies to the great legacy that you're leaving. So want to say thank you and wish you the very best to you and your family in the future.
Yes, Chad, I just want to say thank you as well. You know, before we became in this pandemic and not forced to social distance, I had the opportunity and the privilege of sitting next to Chad for 7+ years. I always admired and your expertise, your knowledge, your demeanor, the way you handle situations, and the way you went about making decisions. That will always be something that I will always try to emulate from you. So I appreciate that example. I don't know if you remember this, but some 7 years ago when I was appointed to the business administrator, my head was swimming somewhat that night. And you were the one, you pulled me aside and said, "Hey, Leon, I think you can do this." And I appreciated that vote of confidence from you. I don't know if you remember that, but I still do. And I appreciated that vote of confidence that night and for the last 7 years. So many of you may not know, but Chad and I actually grew up not too far from each other in the north end of Davis County. So we do have that in common, even though we diverged in our college years. But I do appreciate everything that you've done, and I do appreciate being as a member and as a citizen of Precinct 7, which Chad has represented for the last 8 years. I appreciate everything that you've done for the patrons and the parents and the students who, reside around me. So thank you very much. Best of luck to you and your family, and please come back and see us. Again, thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Oakes.
So Chad, I love seeing the pictures of you up there with your daughter at graduation, because I remember when I came on a couple of years ago, you said that that was one of the things you most looked forward to as a board member. And so even though it was a very atypical graduation, you did it. It's great. I want to thank you for the contribution that you've made to the board. Everything from hiring someone as stellar as Leon and Dr. Briscoe. I really appreciated participating in the search for the next superintendent with you. That was a rare opportunity, I think, for all of us. For as crazy as the beginnings of COVID were, I think it's remarkably rare for all 7 members to participate in every meeting in a superintendent search. And I feel like I got to know a piece of you by doing that, and everyone and their perspectives on things. That was really valuable. I really appreciate the unique perspective you bring that's extraordinarily practical, and particularly from your business perspective and everything that you've done professionally. I feel like that's been so valuable, and I'll really miss that. And I really appreciate how much you care about the parent voices and the student voices. That was something that you always brought to the table again and again and again, and was such an important reminder. No matter who the parent was that reached out to you, you took that to heart, and you would kind of bring that up in our conversation. So thank you for that. I wish you the very, very best of you and your family. I'm sure they'll appreciate having you back on Tuesday nights.
Mrs. Schill.
Okay, so I'm just very grateful for the opportunity I've had to serve with Chad. He has taught me a lot, and he really has represented his community well. And I do remember before I served on the board, I was always like, yes, Chad is bringing up the parents and the students. And I always really agreed with him. And I do want to say I do appreciate his dissenting voice. And of course, it would be me that would say that. But I really do appreciate it, because I think it has made our board evaluate our decisions better. And because of that, we've also made decisions better, I think, because when he disagreed, then we all had to think about it. And I do really appreciate that. And I really will miss it. So maybe someone else has got to start doing that. And I also just appreciate how even when we disagreed, I always felt like he still respected me. We still had a good relationship, and I appreciate that. I recently had a board member in the state tell me, she's like, I read the bios of your board and I wanted to cry because you guys are all so accomplished. And I was like, wow. But I do really feel that about Chad, and I'm going to miss his expertise in finance and in business too. So I just appreciate him, and I'm going to miss him a lot. So thank you, Chad.
Mr. Wrigley.
Where do I start? About 9 years ago, I remember looking out in the audience of about 200 people or more, about ready to kill us over boundary issues. And there was Chad giving us advice as to what we should do. But I respected him for that, because a lot of people never come up and tell you what you should do. But more than that, several months later, I guess that encouraged him to seek office, and he called me, and we had a real good discussion about what it was to be on the board. And I was sure that he would say, I'm not going to do that, but he still filed. So it took a lot of courage on him on that. Over the last 8 years, it's been interesting, because originally I thought, well, this is going to be a one-issue board member, just boundaries only, just that here. And Chad has been exceptional at representing his district, but yet he also looks, after he talks about what his district needs, he also looks at the whole issue, as all board members should, of what's the best for the whole district. And I've always appreciated that. You can say, well, I'm gonna vote here. And sometimes I know you said I counted the votes. He said, I've got to represent my district, even though I know for the good of the district. And I know at the end we'd say, yeah, whatever. And I really appreciated that. I think that a lot of people don't realize that a person coming on the board your age with the kids at home, what that entails. And I don't know what you told your wife, but I know when I ran for office, my wife said, so how many hours is this going to take a month? And I said, oh, probably 10 to 15 a month. She's never let me live that down. But other than that, just the toll on your families and on your wife, and I do thank your wife for the whole family serves in this election and serving on the board. Your whole family has to support you. Your wife gives up many hours of time with you in many activities. And your wife may be like my wife. She comes to social activities only when she has to because she's an introvert. And I don't mind going, but but also the same thing as your kids. You know, your kids gave up a lot of time for this. So I appreciate you and your family and your wife at this time for all the service that you have given. Sometimes we don't agree, but we always leave friends. That's the good thing about this board. We always leave friends at the end of the day. And we always are open to express our feelings and get what we need to as the people we represent. You have frequently changed my opinions on things because I know you're willing to listen to me, that I'm willing to listen to you. And it's a great quality in a leader, and I appreciate that of you. So as you leave the board, I wish you the best as you carry on and knowing that you have left a great legacy in this district of all the children over the last 8 years. You've had to just touch their future. Someday we may figure out what we did. It'll be interesting to know how many lives you've affected over these years. So thank you for your service.
So Chad, I would like to add my appreciation to that which has been expressed. 8 years ago, you and I were elected and sworn in to serve on the board together. And that is, quite the bonding experience that we've shared over. And it's in some ways, looking at 8 years, it seems like it's been an eternity. And in other times when I think about it, and I've done a lot of reminiscing the last several weeks, it just seems like it's flown by. And it's hard to believe it's been 8 years. But since that time, we've shared many experiences, a lot of challenging ones and many, many rewarding ones. And I, like the others have expressed, I just appreciate so much your talents, your strengths, and all the things that you've contributed. I especially was thinking back to all the work we've done on policy. And I know policy is not very exciting or flashy, but I feel like from the get-go, you and I both understood the value of policy, good, solid policy, and I appreciate that and appreciate all that I've learned from you in that process. And then also our service on the fairly recently created long-range planning committee. And again, that's just something that is so valuable to be able to look ahead, see where we're at today and look ahead and make decisions for efficiency and effectiveness and all of that. And I appreciate everything that I've learned from you and your ability to see the big picture while still addressing the details of an issue and of a matter. And that's a real talent and it's a real strength, and I appreciate it. And the other thing I wanted to mention how much I appreciate is your passion and your compassion for students and for their academic progress, for their well-being. And as Steve said, you've made the difference in thousands of lives. And I appreciate that. And I'll always treasure this opportunity that I've had to serve alongside you. And I wish you the very, very best in your future endeavors. And as has been said before, please don't be a stranger. We hope to see you around and hear from you often. So thank you for your service. So with that, I just know that we all have heartfelt
I already
expressions.
told Chad how I felt, and I can't say any more than that.
Thank you. So, but we're not going to leave you with words alone. We have some fun things for you to take that hopefully when you see them, you'll think fondly of your experiences and the relationships that we have here. First, would you like to? And then we'll hand you the stuff. Okay. Go ahead.
I don't know if I'm supposed to do this, but I'm going to take my mask off. I really appreciate the kindness that you all just expressed. It's very uncomfortable to sit here and hear strengths when you know that there are many, many weaknesses that when I know that there are many, many weaknesses that I have that all of you have seen expressed over 8 years. And it's very, very kind to hear what you've said. So I really appreciate it. I feel bad that it's hard to show emotion with masks. So I'm going to take it off for just a minute. I'm going to say a few things. I'll try to be quick. The first time I came into this room was early February of 2012. There were like 200, to Steve's point, 250 people, lots of emotion. I didn't really know what was going on, but I came up and spoke. And there were several reasons why I ran for the school board. One was to hopefully add to rational decision-making and transparent decisions, to have better board relations and improve communication on the board, improve student and teacher morale, and to improve fiscal responsibility. I feel like that for me personally, the four most important votes that I was able to participate in were to vote Cheryl Taylor as president of the board. I have so much respect for Cheryl and what he taught me over the 6 years that he was on the board, and just the grandfatherly great demeanor that he had. The second vote that I felt was really important from my perspective was to bring in Dr. Briscoe and how much I learned from him. And similar, actually, just a calm demeanor. The third vote that I feel like was most important was to have Nancy as our president when Cheryl left. And actually, I want to say really quick, when Cheryl was appointed to be the board president, Steve did a really good job of being humble. And I really, really appreciated that. And then the last vote would be to bring in Dr. Robbins. And I really appreciate what you've done in this 6 months of craziness. There's lots of votes that we've made, but for me, those are the ones that I think I'll remember a lot. I want to thank Sherry and our kids, as people have mentioned. It has taken a toll, and I really appreciate them being willing to let me serve. I want to thank friends and neighbors and family who supported me, especially 8 years ago. I want to thank the students, the teachers, the principals and the staff. The students and the teachers, that's where the magic happens. And I don't know the teachers like I should, most of the teachers like I should in this district. So when I think about teachers, I think about the teachers that were impactful for me growing up. And I'm just so grateful for them. And I know that we have so many teachers that do that for our kids each day. And so I'm so grateful. That's one thing that I've gained a much greater appreciation of is what the teachers and the principals and the staff go through. And I was very naive when I first joined about the efforts that all of you make every day. And I'm really, really grateful for everything that you do for our kids. Thanks to Leon also. You've been a steady influence and a steady hand the whole time. Sorry, I want to talk about each fellow board member, and I'll try to be quick. I'm sorry I'm taking so much time. I think it's been clear to me, and I know it's been clear to fellow board members and some members of the staff, that over the last year or two, I've become more ornery. And I think that's a clear indication of it's time for me to go. And it was probably time for me to go a year or two ago. So I appreciate your patience, and it's definitely time for Holly to step in. And she's going to do an amazing job. She'll be much more dedicated than I've been, and will, I'm sure, smarter than me, and will just do a really, really good job for the 7th district and participate on the school board. So I'm really excited for her. I can't wait for her to take my place. So things that I've learned from fellow board members. Steve, I've learned patience, service, willingness to take what I'll say blows from all sides and not get riled up. He shared a book with me one point, even before I was on the board, about, I can't even remember what the title was, but it was like trying not to kill someone that wants to kill you, or something like that. I mean, the title was much more professional and psychological, but that's kind of what I got out of it. And I appreciated that. You've always taught me to support the administration more than I do, and try to be a better board member. And Steve referenced our first conversation, our first personal conversation, and I called him when I was at work. I can still picture exactly where I was in the building where I was, and asking him, what's it really like being a board member? And he told me lots of things, but the thing that stuck in my mind was 25 to 30 hours a week. And I'm thinking, well, there's no way I can do that. And, I don't know. My point in sharing that is, I know that Steve spends 25 to 30 hours a week. And I know I spend like a tenth of that at most, and just strong dedication. So thank you, Steve. Nancy, just incredible dedication, attention to detail. She early on was willing to meet at Dimpledale on a Saturday morning during our son's rock climbing practice or event to discuss board policy, which I will never forget. And just your attention to detail, you're kind, you're never flustered. You always let us speak our mind, even when we either go long or are ornery, so thank you. Amber, strong dedication to your community, willing to disagree and very agreeably, and willing to allow me to disagree even when maybe I don't do it as agreeably as I should. You want to make Canyons District the best, not only in the state, but in the world. And that passion, I can really feel that. I'll miss our political conversations as well. Clarine, your immense dedication to this. You always come prepared. You've always got your binder that you've always studied. Your great perspective as an educator. You treat me as a friend. The support that you give me for initiatives that are important to me. Many, many side conversations that we've had. Mont, who's not here, who I'm still going to talk about. This is recorded, so I want to make sure and play this for him, because he comes off, in my opinion, some ways, or he thinks he comes off as like maybe an ornery older man, but he's like so kind. And I've interacted with Mont when I was a constituent and he was a board member, when I was a board member, when he was a constituent. We've had personal conversations, and now we've interacted both as on the board. And I've appreciated all my interactions with him. We agree, he and I probably agree, whenever there's not a 7-0 because when there's a 7-0 vote, we all agree. But when there's never a 7-0 vote, it's probably he and I that are agreeing most frequently. And I just really appreciate Mont's perspective. Amanda supported me 8 years ago when I was running, and she didn't even know me. Now that she knows me, I bet there's been plenty of times when she thinks she should have made a different choice in hindsight. But I really I've appreciated our disagreements. I appreciate you're incredibly smart, incredibly dedicated, very organized, strategic. You care about the less fortunate. I have learned so much from you. So thanks to all of you, and sorry, I've too long-winded, but I really appreciate it. It's been a privilege, and I've learned along the way. Hopefully I haven't messed things up too much in the district or offended too many people or damaged things too much. But I appreciate the privilege. Thank you.
Thank you, Chad. It's, yeah, quite the experience. And as I said earlier, we're so grateful for all that you've done for the district. And now we have a few things, fun things for you to take home. And I'm glad Sherry's here to help with this. And so in fact, Sherry, if you'd like to come up just for a minute, you can help receive some of these items. First of all, while she's coming up, the traditional, I'll kind of hold this so people at home can see it, Crystal Block Award, which has the Canyons logo recognizing Chad Iverson for his service as a board member. Here's a little holiday floral arrangement. And then we have some swag. And I'm not sure what all is in the bag, but this is from our Communications and External Relations Department.
Very cool.
Here's an umbrella for those,
We'll break this out.
all those soccer games. And your photo that's been on the wall all these years.
Awesome.
You got to take home.
Thank you very
Remember
much.
service and time here.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sherry. Thank you, Sherry, for everything.
Thank you all so much. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna come back. Take my black card.
Okay, thank you. We've now come to the public comment portion of our board meeting. The Board of Education encourages public engagement and values input from our students, parents, employees, and other patrons of the district. A few of the guidelines for public comment. All comments are part of the record, the public record of the meeting. And patrons who may provide board members with written documents pertaining to their comments, and these documents should be submitted to the board secretary. The time allotted for individual comments is 3 minutes for an individual, and for someone representing a group will receive 6 minutes. And we have 6 individuals that have signed up, so we will keep with that time allotment. And then the Board of Education does not engage in public comment on personnel issues of a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health. If a member of the public wants to comment on personnel issues, the board would request that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if the member of the public determines to verbally comment on personnel issues, his or her comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. So with that, we have 5 individuals that have signed up to address the board on the phone and 1 that is here in person. So I will read 2 names at a time. We'll begin on the phone line with Alyssa Powers and followed by Alicia Woodward.
Thank you. This is Alyssa Powers. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank you for this opportunity to address you and thank Mr. Iverson for all of his accomplishments. And I hope that this doesn't turn into a repeat of people trying to kill you over boundaries. I would like to discuss the item 7C on the agenda, which is the consideration of adoption, an Edgemont improving early move to Crescent View building. My point today is to express concerns regarding this move. My name is, as I said, is Alyssa Powers. I've had students attending CSD schools for over 11 years. I'm currently the SCC chair at Midvale Middle School, and I have volunteered as choir director at Peruvian Park for the last 6 years. My 3 children are currently all online because I have 1 student who is high risk and my mother is as well. So my 2 points that I'd like to make briefly that are not in favor of the move, I'll start with the lesser point, that I don't believe it's reasonable to request such a dramatic schedule shift mid-year without offering alternatives via permit. I have 1 student who was at Midvale when the school was rebuilt, and we had the opportunity, because we had such advance notice, to request permits to schools that are in a more close location, because we had such a good amount of time given to us to make those changes. At this point, that's not really an option for us. I did call the district previously and was told that permits are still available all year. However, when I called the 3 elementary schools closest to me, all of them indicated that a request for a permit at this time would not be granted. I also called Sunrise Elementary because my daughter is currently in an online class with a Sunrise teacher, and they said essentially the same thing, but it would have to go under advisement. It just doesn't seem reasonable at this time to ask parents to make such a drastic shift. That's a 10-mile travel difference, an elaborate busing situation that will have to be established. So that's my point number 1, is that this type of a travel situation doesn't seem reasonable. Number 2, which I think is significantly more important, is that children don't need anything else on their plates right now. Teachers are overwhelmed, parents are overwhelmed, and students are overwhelmed. With my 3 children at home, we have 5 Canvas accounts, 2 CVHS high school accounts, because not a sufficient schedule wasn't made available just through their individual schools. Just trying to get through a daily routine is extremely challenging. And I can't speak for what that might be like for parents who are working. Fortunately, I'm not at this time. Even without having the added burden of being a working parent, it's incredibly difficult right now. My daughter needs normalcy in her life. She really, really wants to go back to school. However, when I told her there was a possibility that she'd need to move to another building, she was crushed. I could see in her mind that this was just one more thing that she'd have to process. She doesn't need that right now, and I don't believe our students need that right now. They're doing really well, and I commend the districts and I commend the schools for the incredible tools they provided and the way they kept people as safe as they can be. We just don't need anything else on our plates right now. Kind of an overused analogy, but I feel it is appropriate that right now we're all camels with overburdened backs, both physically, emotionally, and mentally, and this could be the last straw. We just don't need that right now. And 2 years from now in 2022 would be a much more appropriate time to take such drastic measures. Thank you so much. Again, Alyssa Powers.
Thank you. Alicia Woodward. And then we will have Heather Rasmussen. Alicia?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yay. Hi, I'm Alicia Woodward. I am the SCC chair at Peruvian Park. I also serve on SCC with Alyssa Powers at Midvale, and I am a reading interventionist at Peruvian, and I also have 3 kids who've been at Peruvian over the course of 8 years, including one who is a 2nd grade student. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. I have loved seeing how incredibly adaptable the children have been to all of the different changes that we've asked of them this year. They rise to the challenge in ways that I don't think any adults could, frankly. And we've done an incredible job across the district, I think, of keeping our kids safe in school. Peruvian has a great record, in particular, for keeping our kids safe at school. I am calling to talk about item 7C, like Alyssa, and I wanted to express the unanimous support that Peruvian's SCC has for moving early to to Crescent, sorry. We talked pretty extensively to teachers and tried to talk to the community as well to see what the general feeling was for the pros and cons. And frankly, the plus minuses really stack up in the plus section. We acknowledge that there are some pretty significant hurdles to overcome. Transportation is definitely one of them. It is quite an undertaking to move a neighborhood school to a building 4 miles away in one direction. But there are a lot of good things that we can do that will hopefully overcome those challenges. For one, the safety measures we have in place for COVID actually kind of work in favor of an early move. We have a lower classroom population. Our classrooms have already been emptied to make room for space, to distance our kids from their desks. We have an unprecedented option for parents to put their kids in an online class versus requiring it in person. So they have the option to keep their kids at home if the travel arrangements or other reasons that they have for not wanting to send their kids to Crescent, there's an option there, and we like that. This year has already been disrupted. I don't think that the kids are going to object in any serious way to having another disruption. They are already getting used to it because every time we change modality, we have an option to change modality. New kids are coming in the classroom. They have to reteach expectations. That's going to keep happening this year. So it seems reasonable to continue that into the after spring break, rather than starting a new year at Crescent and then having to move to our new building. We should get it out of the way, get the kids who are continuing and who will be in the new building into that familiar environment so that we don't have to reteach that expectation in the time period we would be teaching other materials. We would be more focused on academics. So I think those things are really important. I also think that what our teachers think is important as well, and our teachers at Peruvian are on board with an early move. They want to get it done so that they can start focusing on their classrooms for next year. And we are supportive of that as well. Another thing to consider is that the Crescent building is 20 years newer than our Peruvian building. And while we would be sharing it with another school, we would be doing so in a very safe measure where we wouldn't have crossover between the populations, that it wasn't separated by some kind of physical barrier. And I think that is a plus as well. So it will have newer ventilation systems. The classrooms are larger. We can be safe. And I also think that it's really important to consider that the challenges we've had academically with all of the changes we've made this year will be something that we will have to continue to improve upon to make those gains. And the most that we can do to limit that disruption is the best option. So I believe being proactive in our move, rather than having to necessarily adapt again, as we have this year, is the way to go. Thank you very much for your time, Board. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm sure it was clear as mud, but I hope that was helpful to the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Heather Rasmussen, and then Christopher Mabus.
You are now muted. You are now unmuted.
Hi, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you once again. I am both a teacher and a parent in this district. I'm here tonight to represent several Jordan High School families. We would like to ask you to follow the data and keep our children in school. And I realize it's not completely up to you either, but we're sharing our message. In September, when the COVID dashboard was first instituted, there was a statement on there about our low attack rate, which refers to students who are quarantined and later test positive. That's an extremely low number. It's like 0.003%. But for some reason, that statement was taken off, and we don't understand why. Why would we not want our employees and our families to know how safe our schools are? Our schools are really safe. We can only guess that maybe it's because that statement kind of contradicts our actions. We know from contact tracing data that the disease is being spread in the community, not in our schools. So why would we give our students more time in the community and less time in schools? It makes no sense. This has been a very stressful year for everyone, of course, teachers being no exception. Is it because our schools are unsafe? According to the data, that's not true. I believe it's because there are many forced to do the work of two teachers, being both an in-person instructor and an online instructor for those students who are quarantined. And we wonder why we still are quarantined students for contact tracing in the schools. I recognize home and community contact tracing would be a completely different issue. But in the schools, we require masks and it's enforced, and we have an extremely low attack rate. Yet our actions are that we still kick students out who are not very likely at all to get the disease from that school exposure. I believe that we could lessen the burden for our teachers, and I think that we're in a unique situation to share that data with our communities and let them know and let our students know the value of masks. We have the data that shows that we are safe in school when we wear our masks. But yet, if you look at the actions, our actions are different. Some students might look at our actions and say, we don't really believe they do anything. So, and to be clear, I'm only suggesting differing in our contact tracing for school exposure, not community and home. But I think if there's anything we could do there, that would send a much better message to students than that, they don't really do anything. We are concerned about our children that are leaving for college next year and being woefully ill prepared. Yes, teachers are doing a great job and we're doing the best we can, but it's not the same. It's not nearly as good. And we're concerned about that. We're concerned about the higher rates of depression and suicide during shutdowns. And we're concerned for those of our students who home is actually not a safe place and that school is a refuge. We believe that the risks of keeping students out of school are far greater than those for keeping students in school. And we urge you to follow the data and keep our schools open. Thank you. And keep our children in school.
Thank you. Christopher Mabus, and please correct me if I've mispronounced your name, and then Evan Tobin.
Sure, this is Christopher Mebius here. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, super. I realize my last name, it's hard to pronounce when you see it. First off, I just want to say I appreciate everyone taking the time to hear me out. Like I said, my name is Christopher Mebius. I am the partner to a high school teacher within your district. And I've just been sort of watching the school year from the cheap sheet, if you will. And I just wanted to kind of provide some feedback or some thoughts regarding the district's response to the pandemic and sort of our response and how it's potentially affecting our teachers. A few things to think about, again, just from my perspective as a partner of a high school teacher, is there's been some serious concerns for my partner. And what I mean by that is she often comes home from work as a teacher, either enraged or deeply depressed, being that we're concerned about a few different factors. One of those factors being that as we're coming back from a Thanksgiving holiday, we've elected to go fully online, or excuse me, fully in person for her school following a Thanksgiving holiday. Our concern there is thinking about the number of cases of the COVID-19 that have sort of infected children as they've potentially been involved with outside family members or outside friends for Thanksgiving, and that's going to result in a large infection rate again in the school. The other thing to speak to that, the other concern that we have is I looked at the high school's announcements in terms of the schedule changes that have occurred, and on average, every 2.5 weeks, the schedule changes from either online learning to in-person learning or to hybrid learning, and that this change is not only unfeasible for at least my teacher, but for many of the teachers that she works with, but it's also highly difficult for her students, and it's very difficult for their parents. And so that's been a very large concern for us. And for some kids, now that we're coming back after Thanksgiving, some of them have decided that they are going to elect to only take her class online. And that's as of today. And, you know, they're just going to stop coming to class and they're just expecting to continue the course online. One important facet I think to communicate here is my partner teaches a arts and crafts class that's very hands-on, and to teach the class online is impossible. You can't solder over the computer, for example. So that's proven to be a large challenge. All of these factors in mind, my partner also recently got an email from her high school principal stating that teachers should only be using sick time if they're sick. And I agree with that ultimately. But I think the facet here that maybe isn't being considered is that for our teachers that are highly concerned about teaching in this environment of constant schedule changes and with a pandemic going on, and that we have pretty much the entire student body within the building, is that the mental health consequences of these decisions are resulting in physical health consequences for our teachers. As an example, for my partner, the mental health consequences are resulting in migraines, inability to sleep, irritability, and other such factors, which is making her job teaching even more difficult. All of this in mind, I don't mean to just come in here and bellyache, but my hope is that we can communicate sort of what our teachers on the ground are experiencing, at least some of them, specifically my teacher, and sort of the stresses that are happening here. The one other thing I'll mention here is I understand that these are difficult times for everyone and that we're doing everything we can to respond appropriately. I appreciate everything that the district has done to try to ensure health precautions within our schools, especially with new filtering systems, I understand. And then in my partner's class, we have plexiglass on her desk, plexiglass on the desks of students. But ultimately, we're concerned that the response has been very reactive rather than proactive, in that we've seen constant schedule changes because the number of COVID cases increases dramatically within the student population. I'm not blaming the school for that per se. I don't know what the data says in terms of the contact tracing that was mentioned earlier, in terms of where these kids are getting infected. But it's clear that the constant schedule changes is not helping our COVID cases within our schools. My hope has been, since the semester has started, or since the school year has started rather, that we would move to a hybrid schedule so that our class sizes are smaller, our students are still able to get an in-class learning experience at least half of the week, and to make ultimately teaching under these circumstances much more manageable. But we've only gotten the hybrid learning for maybe 4 weeks out of the school year, and those have been the best 4 weeks of my partner's life, at least this year. Ultimately, why I bring this up is because we believe that my partner had COVID-19 in late March. We don't know for sure because they didn't have enough tests out yet and she didn't meet all of the right criteria, but whatever she was sick with, it was 12 days in bed, 1 trip to the emergency room, and we're in our mid-20s and we're fairly healthy. My concern here is that my partner is going to get sick again, that her students are going to get sick, Her students' families are going to get sick when we put all of the students back into the same building all over again. And that ultimately, if we can't see a more proactive response to this pandemic while considering the health consequences as well as the mental health consequences of our teachers, I know of at least one teacher that will no longer be teaching in your district come the end of the school year. There are many teachers that she's communicated with that have responded the same way, saying that they're already starting to look for other jobs because they feel like their mental health and physical health isn't being considered. Now, again, I understand that these are unprecedented times and these times are difficult, but I beg of you to please consider this as you make future decisions regarding responding to a pandemic. I hope that we can be more proactive in our responses and that we can do a better job of considering the mental health and physical health of our teachers. As other speakers have mentioned, this year has been overwhelming. It's been trying, and I just hope that we can do more to consider our teachers' well-being. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Evan Tobin and then Erica Bradshaw.
Yes, this is Evan Tobin. My daughter, Alana Tobin, goes to Peruvian Park, and I'm here to talk about item 7C. I have sent a letter to the board and the principal. We heard two very differing views from two different Alyssas. The first Alyssa agreed with me. I think it is reckless at this point to move schools. The continuity of learning is an extremely important thing. As Mr. Wilcox said at the last meeting, he said that this year has been a mess. It's been very, and his part of his thinking was that since this year is such a disaster, we might as well just rip off the Band-Aid and move this year. And I feel exactly the opposite. I can't speak for Edgemont, but the teachers, staff, and administration at Peruvian have met the challenge of COVID-19 head on and are doing an excellent job of getting our children back on track after the awful education that we had last spring. You know, yes, they reacted very, very quickly when schools shut down. Schools shut down very quickly in the spring, and they got laptops out, and kids got online, but there was no real online learning. There were just assignments. There was a morning meeting for half an hour where they saw the teacher, but essentially they were just given assignments on computers, and it was not education. I don't know what the online learning environment is right now for the kids that went online, but my daughter is in school. Peruvian is doing fantastically. I think they are finally overcoming the setback that they had in the spring, and they're finally back on track. The students and the teachers at Peruvian deserve much more credit for their excellent effort this fall than Mr. Wilcox is giving them. I do not feel that this year is lost. Only last spring was lost. His statement about tearing the bandage off and forgetting about this school year definitely doesn't apply to Peruvian Park. Our community and our students are doing great. Maybe that's why the SCC people think they're doing well, but you know, they're healthy right now. They're wearing masks and they're learning. They don't deserve to have their educations disrupted again this spring. We are facing and conquering the challenge of COVID. We don't need another battle by moving schools like 1 week into the semester. As Alyssa Powers said, she'd like to send her daughter back to online, to in-class learning, but she's going to send her back to in-class learning in the spring, and then a week later, they're going to change schools. And not only are they going to change schools, but now they're going to have some busing that they haven't even come up with yet. You know, busing for Peruvian Park is much more complicated than busing for Edgemont. Edgemont is much closer to Crescent View, and it's not a magnet school. You know, Peruvian Park is our Salta school. We have kids from all over the district coming to Peruvian Park. I don't know how they're going to do the busing. They have no plans. It's a long ride from Peruvian. Peruvian to the Crescent View School, the kids are going to be in a bus in close quarters for 15 minutes to maybe even half an hour. twice a day. All the good work we've done, the kids at Peruvian are healthy. We have had no quarantines at all, as far as I know, at Peruvian Park. If you start putting kids in buses a half an hour a day, each direction, you're going to have sickness. You're going to have spread. I truly believe you need to focus on Edgemont, since it's the Glacier Hills building that really needs to be finished by August 22nd, 2022, in your plan, since that allows you to close 2 schools, both Edgemont and Bellevue. If you move just Edgemont to Crescent View, that would allow you to focus on Glacier Hills and guarantee that it'll be completed in August 2022. And that will hopefully still even give enough time to complete Peruvian Park, even if they stay where they are at Peruvian Park in the spring. By your numbers, there are only 240 students currently attending Edgemont. At most 325 if all of them returned from online. Peruvian had more than that in the first trimester alone, and even more than that now in the second trimester has started. Some kids have returned to Peruvian Park. Being a magnet school, kids at Peruvian Park, as I said, were coming from all over the district, and parents with kids at multiple schools are already stretched to the breaking point. Please keep them at Peruvian Park through the end of the school year as promised. That's what we were promised by Mr. Wilcox at the meeting when they first discussed moving us. Originally, we were told that Peruvian Park would be built in place and we wouldn't have to relocate at all. That was the only reason I voted for the bond issue in the first place. We were guaranteed that. We were told that, but obviously not guaranteed. Other advantages in not moving Peruvian Park over the spring break include, in the list of disadvantages that Mr. Wilcox presented, was that the departments that are currently housed at Crescent View would have to be moved. Well, if you don't move Peruvian Park over, you're only using half of the Crescent View building, and those departments wouldn't have to be moved till August 2021. It would also be safer to have fewer kids at the Crescent View building while the COVID risk is still high, because it will be very high in the spring. Like we're just going in. Every day we are hitting new records. We had 19 deaths in Utah alone today. And if you concentrate on that one building for Glacier Hills, it gives you 4 additional months to get 2 school populations in the same building. The students at Peruvian Park are currently some of the healthiest. I said that already. If these same kids are now forced into the bus ride, they're going to get sick. You're endangering our kids and the whole community. Please consider these factors before you throw away the kids at Peruvian Park Spring. They've even said there's not going to be a playground. That was one of the things that they brought up earlier, the $500,000 that Mr. Wright was looking to save. Well, if there was only one elementary school population in that school in the spring, they wouldn't have this problem. They wouldn't have to move that there. They could do that at the end of the summer after the kids did it. Concentrate your efforts on demolishing Edgemont and putting up the new building, Glacier Hills Elementary, because that's going to house 2 schools, the one you're doubling in size. After you have a good start on that, then demolish and rebuild Peruvian Park when the kids have finished this challenging year.
Okay.
You can save a lot of money on that playground. And let me just summarize all the advantages of not moving Peruvian, just moving Edgemont. You keep the magnet school with continuity of education. You don't have the COVID risk of the busing, or for you the double use of the school at Crescent View for 2 different school populations. The departments housed at Crescent View will not have to be moved. You wouldn't have the playground equipment problem. The construction could all be focused on Glacier Hills to ensure that the building will be done by August 2022. That's the most important part of this whole piece. Look at all the other schools that are still overrunning. Alta High School isn't done.
Excuse
Hillcrest
me,
isn't done.
Mr. Tobin,
They're
can you,
all going.
can you
One
wrap it
last
up?
thing is that students could return to a safe environment at Peruvian Park. The online 3rd trimester students could return because it's one of the safest schools in the district. Please help us keep it that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Erica Bradshaw.
Hello, Board of Education members and Superintendent Robbins. I'm Erica Bradshaw, President of Canyons Education Association. I just wanted to speak today and let you know that educators are very concerned about the community spread of COVID-19 in our secondary schools. The Salt Lake Tribune on November 29th published a piece called "Utah's High Schools Are Seeing More and Bigger COVID-19 Outbreaks. What Can Be Done to Stop It?" The article reports that about 1/3 of all Utah high schools have broken the 15-case threshold, and 72 schools have shifted to distance learning due to outbreaks. It's important to note that 3 high schools in Canyons District have gone virtual twice. In the article, a comparison of districts with in-person learning was made to Salt Lake City School District, which has only been using distance learning this year. While case counts did not differ greatly for elementary or middle school students, Salt Lake City School District had a significantly lower infection rate for high school students than any of the surrounding districts, 2.85% compared to 7%. In addition, the 15 to 24 age range accounts for only 10% of the state population, but 36% of positive COVID cases. Canyons District, we feel, has a responsibility to the community to help control the spread of COVID, and we should be proactive, not reactive. Difficulties and irregularities exist with Canyon District's current response to COVID outbreaks. First, the district's not using the health department recommendation to move to distance learning at 15 positive cases in schools, so they should not be resetting case counts at a school to 0 after a 2-week distance learning quarantine of the school. If the district chooses to use 15 positive cases as the threshold for pivoting to distance learning, then resetting to 0 after a school-wide quarantine makes sense, as both metrics are recommended by the health department and are meant to be used together. However, if the district continues to use a percentage to make those decisions, then resetting to 0 should not be used. Changing teaching and learning modalities constantly is not good for students or teachers. Learning modalities should be retained for a minimum of 2 weeks to provide consistency for students and to enable teachers to prepare quality lessons for the modality. A minimum of 2 school days should be provided when notifying patrons of a schedule switch. Teachers at 4 of our schools were told Tuesday morning before Thanksgiving recess that they would return to in-person teaching on Monday. That gave teachers 2 choices: 1, work over the holiday, or 2, not be fully prepared on Monday. Teachers have already made huge sacrifices to the quality and amount of time spent with family this year, and the late notice was difficult. Students and their families also need sufficient notification to adjust their schedules. And lastly, when not in mandatory virtual learning mode, we think high schools should be provided local control to determine which schedule is best for their students and community. Some schools prefer a hybrid schedule, which reduces exposure risk, enables physical distancing in classrooms, and offers in-person and synchronous learning for all students. Some schools prefer a temporary distance learning schedule while community spread continues to spike in their areas. And some schools prefer in-person with more restrictions on activities and increased testing and cleaning protocols. We urge you to let the school and community decide what is best for their students, given their capabilities and community support. Thank you for listening, and we appreciate your service in these trying times.
Thank you. Okay, I believe that concludes the patrons that had signed up to address the board. I don't see that I've missed anyone. Okay, that will conclude the patron comments portion of the meeting. Thank you. We appreciate those of you that called in and came in and addressed the board, and for sharing your thoughts. All right, next item is the consent agenda. Item number 6, I will ask for a motion, and in making that motion, please list and read the specific items on this consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda. Item A, approval of minutes from November 10th, 2020. B, approval of hire and termination reports. C, approval of purchasing bids. D, approval of 2019-2020 comprehensive annual financial report and related audit reports. E, approval of TSSP amendment for Mount Jordan Middle School. F, approval of TSSP amendment for Sprucewood Elementary. G, approval of TSSP amendment for Oakdale Elementary.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Mr. Wrigley. Thank you. And any discussion to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you. Next item is item 7A, consideration for adoption of a resolution for the Board of Education of Canyon School District, Utah, authorizing the issuance and sale of not more than $119,225,000 principal amount of its general obligation bonds and refunding bonds, Series 2021A and 2021B, and related matters. This is a second reading, action requested, and I will turn the time over to Mr. Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator.
Thank you, President Tingy. I also want to acknowledge that our financial advisors, Preston Kurt and Matt Dugdale from the investment firm Stifel, are on the phone with us, as is our bond counsel attorney, Randy Larson, with the firm Gilmore Bill. Gentlemen, could you just say hi so we can make sure you can hear us and that we can hear you?
Good evening. Leon, thanks for having us.
Thank you for joining us.
This is Randy. Good evening.
Thank you. So we got all three of them there, so I may defer to them towards the end of the presentation. But again, we'll just go over, mainly this is the same presentation I gave a couple weeks ago, but just to review, we have two different transactions that we will ask you to approve tonight. And on the bond resolution that is posted on board docs. The first one is to issue $79 million of new bonds. This will be the final issuance of the bond election that we had in 2017, so just over 3 years ago. The proceeds will be used to continue the construction of Alta, Brighton, and Hillcrest, and start the construction at Union. Along with that, and we've been waiting for this opportunity for quite some time, is we're looking to refund about $40 million worth of bonds that were issued from our very, very first issuance from Canyon School District back in 2011. They are now callable. They were a 10-year call bond. We project this refunding to save us somewhere in between the $7 to $7.5 million rather than not doing a refund. So it is a significant savings there. As I said earlier, the bond resolution is found on board docs. We also have a memo that Matt and Preston put together regarding both these transactions. Here is what we look at, our bonds payable summary. Again, there's we have 411 as of June 30th. That was in the CAFR that we just went over in the study session. Again, the new issuance, there will be the bonds that we have to refund, and you can see it all equals out to around 457 that we're projecting next year. That number could be massaged a tiny, tiny bit, but it will be, right there in that 457 range based on that refunding. That is a significant amount, but we also know we had a significant amount of building deficiencies when we took over as a district too. And we're trying to address those. Here is again, lots of numbers, but that's our outstanding bonds. The blue column represents the new bond issuance. The yellow is roughly the refunding. Those amounts could change as we get closer to the bond issuance, but we know they won't change significantly. Again, we look at topping out. I like to look at this more in a graphical form, but we look to top out around 43 million-ish, 44 million-ish once we get it all even issued out there. Just to reiterate the colors here, the red is the old Jordan debt. So this year, again, this is the 21 year, the year ending. So we have one more year after this year on the Jordan debt. So our taxpayers will see that old Jordan debt on their tax notice one more year. The blue column is the bonds that we issued from the 2010 and they're still outstanding. And you can see we're making some decent headway paying those off. The green is the bonds from the 2017 that we have previously issued, that 204 million. Again, we're making some good progress in paying those off, and the yellow is how we project issuing out that 79 million, layering, what we call layering that in. Again, you can see it start dropping off in 2032, and to complete all bond payments under these two issuances by 2038 there. So that is how we're looking to line that up there. The schedule of events, again, we're hoping for your approval tonight on the resolution. We've been working on what we call our offering statements. In a couple of weeks, we'll be meeting with the bond rating agencies. We hope to and do anticipate being able to keep our AAA bond rating. The CAFR that we went over will have a lot to do with that as we review that with them. They do review that in great detail. We're looking to sell the new issuances in mid-January. Right now, we have a date tentatively set as January 12th, but that could be moved a day or two. But that's all authorized in the resolution to do that. And then we'll look to do the refunding in early March, because we cannot close on those until March 17th, 2021. Has to be 90 days prior to the call date, which is June 15th. So that's the earliest we can close on those. So that refunding amount will change. I mean, could slightly change and as we get closer to that date. But I think, as Matt mentioned last time, interest rates are all-time low. The federal government looking to pump as much money into the economy as they can to keep the economy going during COVID until there is a vaccine. And they've at least promised to do that for all of 2021, calendar year 2021. A couple future financing events that we've talked about. We will be needing to issue up to, well, an estimated amount of 35 million of what we call lease revenue bonds. We'll come back with you with more information on that this summer. That will be used to build parts of both Glacier Hills and Peruvian Park. And then we'll look at possibly refund right now. If the law changes, the federal law changes, we'll look at doing more refundings in the future. We issued bonds in October of 2012. We'd look to refund those if the law changes. If it doesn't, we'll be back here in a little over a year from now, looking to refund those then. So there's where we're at. Here is a possible board motion. I'll leave that up for you. And with that, I'm going to just quickly ask Randy if I've covered everything. You always want to make sure you're covered with your bond lawyer. If there's anything I've missed.
You did great, Leon. I mean, I'm available for questions, but well done.
Thank you. And Matt and Preston, do you have anything as well?
Oh, just that we're laying the groundwork here late in the year so that we hit 2021 with all the wheels spinning.
So good. Yeah, all three of these have been really great partners with us the last 12 years. All three of them have been with us as we've helped us really finance the construction of all these buildings that we're so proud of. So I really appreciate all their assistance and their expertise. So with that, is there any questions from the board?
Mr. Wrigley.
Yeah, I'm just interested between our initial bond in 2017 and now, what's the difference on interest rates we're looking at? How much possible savings do you think because of the market and what's happening?
Matt and Preston, would you have the question would be say 2 years ago, 3 years ago, we issued bonds when we first passed the election. It was about 42 million. Maybe it was 40, well, it was in the 40 million range. Would you know how much interest rates have gone down from then till now?
My guess is they've gone down, President and board, about 1%. It's been pretty noticeable as a result of an unforeseen pandemic and just a lot of things falling in place in the district's favor.
Yeah, good. We've been fortunate to issue between the two bond elections, we'll have over 500 million, about basically $533 million worth of bonds that we've issued. And we've been fortunate to issue all of those in what we feel is a low interest rate environment for the last 10 years, which has been helpful.
Plus, it looks like we've been getting quite a bit of refunding issues, like refinancing my home, and it saves me a lot of money. And I think
Yeah,
we're
well-
taking advantage of that. So we probably saved how many?
Yeah, it's hard.
$20,000, $30,000, $1 million maybe over the
I
last.
think there could be some significant interest rates.
Yeah,
you know,
by the time, I think there's a second or third time we've done this. So
Though this will be we did it with the old Jordan debt, and this is the second time on this is the first time on our bonds. Again, they have to be eligible to be refunded.
it was about the same. So maybe it's about 14 million.
The one we did
$1 million
for
savings.
Jordan was, if I remember right, it's about 3.5 to
Was it three?
about $550,000 a year for about 8 years. So we're looking at about 4 million.
Okay. Thank you.
$4.5 million. Yeah, that was significant. This will actually be, we expect this will actually be greater.
So at this point, the board pretty much needs to do this to move forward on the commitments we've made and to fund the projects we've already started.
Exactly. Yeah. Precisely.
Mrs. Shill.
Okay, so I have a question just looking ahead. So looking ahead, are we going to have to issue the lease revenue bonds to rebuild Union?
We won't need them for Union. We
We
will
won't.
need them for the other two elementaries, though.
Just for the other two elementaries?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Well,
this will be all the lease revenue bonds we're going to issue,
Yeah,
at least right now.
Yeah, these will be, there's a difference between general obligation bonds, which these are, and the 35 million is lease revenue bonds. Though, when you do lease revenue bonds, you need to pick out specific projects and fund them with that. There's we won't go into all the detail of the law right now, but you have to fund specific projects and you have to capitalize your interest. So we want to use these on those projects that will take the least amount of time. So we have to capitalize the least amount of interest. And so we're just going to block off basically half of those schools, roughly 17 million each, and dedicate it to those two schools. Yeah.
Okay.
The rest will come from our fund balance
The fund
and our
balance.
ongoing property taxes.
Oh, okay, that's good to know. Just, yeah, because I thought we had to do it for Union, but we're not doing Union. We're going to do the two elementary schools. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, this is a second reading and has been listed with action requested. So a motion is in order.
I'll go ahead and make that motion. I make a motion to approve the bond resolution on board docs authorizing the issuance and sale of not more than 119,225,000 aggregate principal amount of general obligation bonds and refund bonds, Series 2021A and 2021B, and related matters as on board docs.
Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Now, any discussion to the motion? All right, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you, and thank you to our advisors. We appreciate your help with this, and we will look forward to hearing a report, I guess, in January on how things go. Yeah.
Correct.
Great.
It's always a pleasure to be with the district, so thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us this evening. Okay, next item, 7B, school emergency day options for the 2020-2021 school year. This is a second reading with possible action, and I'll turn the time over to Alice Peck from School Performance.
Thank you, Nancy and board. In our last board meeting, we went over some of the emergency closure options that you as a board already have in place according to our school calendar. And just as a reminder for everyone, the note on our calendar says that the board may determine an alternative option such as Digital Learning Day, President's Day, or Independent Learning Day for instructional time lost due to emergency school closures. So while we looked at and talked about those options in our last meeting, tonight we would like to present to you the protocols that would be in place should you as a board decide to pivot to one of these less traditional emergency school closure makeup days. So for instance, if you decided tonight that you wanted to use President's Day as an instructional day, we would like to present some of the protocol that we would go through in preparation for such an event. So want to just remind everyone that all of our current learning modalities are part of our learner validated attendance policy. And so should we decide to use any of these modalities, we are currently covered under the policy as long as there's a minimum student login or teacher contact requirement. There's a required periodic contact with the licensed educator, minimum hourly requirement per day or week when students are in coursework, or required timelines for a student to provide or demonstrate completed assignments, coursework, or progress toward academic goals. So a makeup day such as this would certainly meet the learner validated attendance policy. So in order to prepare for a snow day or an emergency closure, we wanted to look sort of at some of the things that we would do to prepare for that. So if the forecast shows that we have imminent or potential school closures due to that inclement weather, school level IPLCs or teams would meet to discuss student academic lessons and expectations. Teachers would then start to plan according to student needs and access. Each team and each teacher would look at whether or not students have technology and connectivity at home. If they do, that might direct their instruction. If that is not the case, they would look at what materials would need to be sent home in order to make sure that students could have a viable school day. And then our teachers would front load students with lessons and expectations for independent learning or Canvas opportunities prior to dismissal the day prior to that expected or potential closure. And then again, if school had to be closed and the Sky Alert goes out to the community, we could then reiterate to the community those expectations of students for that school day. So in essence, what we're hoping to do tonight is, if this is something that the board would like to be able to do, we would then be in a position to go ahead and prepare our schools and our community for what this would look like should we be in this situation. And so with that, really, I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, board? Mr. Wrigley.
From my understanding, I think we're trying to come up with a somewhat win-win. As it is right now, if it snows, when you close the day, it's a win-lose. In that we lose a day and we have to then go into a holiday what parents may have been planning, and that's always been a real difficult one. And when we do hold school, our attendance is not very high, and so we lose again there on academic time on the seat. Most of the time, when a snowstorm is coming in during the winter, our accuracy is fairly good as far as is it going to be a big one or not. If that's the case, and we know the day before, so that it's probably going to be a big one, then we will go ahead and prepare for a possible snow day. And then we will follow the same procedure as we do now, in that the bus drivers will be on the road at 5 o'clock in the morning or so. They will check to see the road conditions. If they feel it's not safe to drive buses on the road, which means probably cars would not be safe, then that would be a call. So we're just sort of adding to what we're not going to just because it's going to snow, we're going to call it, we'll still use the same procedures that we would use, and then have that ready in case, and we could just pivot pretty quickly.
Yes,
And we
those,
may, would probably even set a notice to tell parents, maybe a day or two before we have a major snowstorm, there's a chance we may pivot if we have to. So it wouldn't be like that morning, we'd tell them maybe a day or two before, and we start knowing that it's a possibility that's going to happen. Be prepared. Because most of the time, if it's that bad a snowstorm, the parents don't go in either. You know, mostly if it's not on the road, nobody goes anywhere. I can't get on my driveway.
Yeah.
So is that what you're sort of proposing to us and you're asking
yes.
authority for?
And that's a great point, Mr. Wrigley. I think our protocol for calling a snow day would stay intact. That is not what's changing. What we're proposing to do is prepare the community students for a meaningful academic day so that they could pivot to either a virtual digital experience or other options that they could have, so we can count that day as an instructional day. Families can keep those holidays that they've probably already planned for intact. We're also hoping that that day can be productive in a way that sometimes the holiday day is not because of the absences.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Mrs. Shill.
Okay, what is the plan if there isn't a forecast and it's a surprise?
Yes.
What is going to happen then?
So that's an excellent question. So what we were hoping to do is to instill some of these ideas in our students and our teachers just from the get-go. If we ever were in that situation and we did not anticipate that we would have to close school for the day, we would still send out a Sky Alert message to our parents, letting them know that coming to school physically that day was not going to occur. We could also then instruct them in that Sky Alert to check Canvas pages, check emails. We would also really work with teachers to make sure that any connectivity issues that we might have with students, we would look at how we would traditionally reach out to those parents and communicate with them. It could be a phone call, it could be a text. So there would still be opportunities to really reach out and provide that instruction, regardless of whether we were prepared or not. And again, it's not ideal, and we may or may not be able to reach every single student in that type of scenario. But we still feel like we're better equipped with what we've learned in our pivoting this year to provide that as an option and make it a viable learning day for the students.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Wrigley.
I forgot to add this in there, but though we may be calling it a snow day, in March, we had a earthquake day.
Correct.
And so should the event happen that we have an earthquake at 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the
Right.
morning, again, we might be able to use this as a pivot because our internet didn't go down, but we could not enter the buildings until they were proven safe. So this covers more than just snow. What you're basically proposing is any type of a disaster or emergency disaster, we should be able to pivot this direction quickly to not lose a school day and therefore not lose a holiday later on.
Correct. And that is an important point. This would be for any emergency closure. I think the one closure we've all experienced as a district has been snow closure. So that's certainly not the only option we would have. And that's clearly written in the calendar as well. So good point. Thank
I
you.
think we did close for our earthquake day this last year, this year, didn't we? We have March, and I believe, didn't we close because of the schools?
Yeah. Oh, okay. We were already in the soft closure.
Okay,
I apologize.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you.
But we probably,
But yeah,
we probably would have.
had
We
to.
would have. That's a
We would
great
have had to
point.
if it would have done, because we couldn't have
Yes.
gone in the buildings
Yes.
until they were cleared.
Yeah, this can be used for any emergency closure protocol.
Mrs. Oaks.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm really grateful that you guys went this direction. I mean, if there's anything that we've actually gleaned from COVID-19, let's at least figure out how to do snow days more effectively. So
Yes.
I appreciate everything that you guys have looked at with this. I think it's a great move.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Comments? Thank you for working through this, and as has been mentioned, I think this really gives us some good options to continue learning when unforeseen circumstances occur. And I realize the last 2 years, we have had a snow closure day,
We have,
and those are the only two we've had in more than 20 years. So,
yes.
so who knows, but it is nice to be prepared and to have options. So thank you. All right, board, this is a second reading with some possible action. So a motion would be in order.
Okay, I will do that. I move that we approve the school emergency day options for 2020 and 2021 school year.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Thank you. Any discussion to this motion?
I do have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
So in the motion, I mean, I just said it, it says 2020, 2021. So does that mean in a year, we've got to review this because this is a special year, or will this kind of like stand from now on?
It's my understanding that we're deciding for this current school year only, and that I would recommend that as the board looks to approve the calendars a year from now for future years, that we could then have this discussion after seeing how this goes this year, if we utilize it or not, and how it goes. That way we're not committing to something down the road until we've had a chance to try it. That's my feeling on this, but.
Okay, that sounds good. I just want a clarification.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion to the motion? All right, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you. And
Okay.
thank you, Alice.
Thank you, and we'll begin to get our schools prepared.
Great. All right, next item, 7C, Edgemont and Peruvian Park early move to Crescent View building. This is a second reading with possible action. And I'll turn the time over to Mr. Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator.
Thank you, President Tingy. We had a first reading on this on the November 10th meeting. Most of these slides the same, but a few updates based on some feedback we've got from parents based on the communication. So we'll just go through those and the same. We'll just go through this fairly quickly, I believe. Again, this slide is still the same. Back at last spring in April, you approved combining Bellevue and Edgemont into one school to be the new Glacier Hills. That was, of course, starting for the 2022-23 school year. So we can almost say next year, but it's about a year and a half from now. But in the meantime, as Peruvian Park and Glacier Hills are rebuilt, you did approve moving for next school year, Edgemont and Peruvian Park to the Crescent View building. Bellevue would remain in its current building for next school year. It's important to note that the new schools will be built basically on the same footprint as the existing schools. Okay, so that's what we feel like that's just far and away the best location for the 50-year alternative is to build them where the existing school stands. We do expect construction to take anywhere from 14 to 16 months. And this will make for a very tight opening, if we started in June, to be done by August of 2022. We are seeing delays in other of our projects. We talked about quarantine workers, we've talked about steel and concrete delays. We hope maybe with COVID gets resolved that these supply chains will loosen up, but it's certainly not going to happen overnight when they do. And it's just these buildings are just bigger. Both these new buildings are going to be about 93,000 square feet. Their current buildings are around 65,000 square feet, so it just takes longer to build. And for all the programming and to give the best educational opportunities to our children. And also, as we found with some of our other buildings, this happened at Mid Valley this last summer, abating the old building can take quite a bit of time based on what we find on the inside as we start going through that building. And we can't do that until the students are out of it. The main thing is Glacier Hills. Of course, that combines two school communities together. So we really feel it's important that that building be open for the kids come August 2022. And so if not, we'll still have access to the Crescent View building and the Bellevue building, but we'll have one principal trying to supervise and bring together two teaching staffs, two SCCs, two PTAs, two school communities. So we really want them to be in that new building come August 2022. So that's why we're proposing this move, certainly for Edgemont. Making that, if they had to move in September or October of 2022, it could be done, just be more challenging. So we're trying to get out in front of that now. And so our recommendation is still to move both Peruvian Park and Edgemont over spring break to the Crescent View building. Again, spring break this year is August 5th. That's Monday through, and then the next Monday. So both schools would begin classes down there on Monday, April 12th. There would be 7 weeks left in the school year after that, okay? And we'd actually have an 8th week because that week they moved, we could also start working on the new buildings of that week of August 5th. I mean, working on the old buildings, getting them ready for demolition. This would give us more time, nearly 2 more months of valuable construction time. It may save, we do expect to save a little bit on cost as the contractor would have extra time. And we would allow these, we're not promising both buildings will be done in August of 2022, but gives us a much better chance and in a much better finished state. It's always one thing to have the building done and people in it, but it's another thing not to have whiteboards up or projectors up or millwork or items like that, which impacts the teaching. If Fridays continue to be a virtual day, teachers could spend some time preparing their rooms down there. We do plan to have the Crescent View building vacated by the current department by the middle of February, excuse me. So, these two schools could start taking it over and planning out, their teaching spaces down there. And then as we've noted, there will be fewer in-person students this year as well. Again, the numbers I have on there were based on the first trimester. I know they've changed a little bit based on the second, but still in that same general area there, okay? There is disadvantages, and we've talked about this, and we heard some comments on this as well. We did tell both communities that they would spend the full year in their current buildings. This could impact after-school activities or piano lessons, soccer practices, things like that. This would be a quick move. It'd happen over the 1 week of spring break. We'd try to get teachers as much time to set up their classrooms, but we really can't put all the furniture there until, because we have to take their existing furniture out and move it down there. So that would cause, obviously some moving issues there, but we would be willing to, help out with substitutes and do whatever we need to there. We've talked about the playground. We'll look at this Sandy Park as an option, the Crescent Park, but we will not have a playground down there when the move happens in April. And we also talked about other departments that are currently housed there at the Crescent View building. The communication. So after our November 10th meeting, we asked the principals to communicate this out to their SECs and to all the parents. The Edgemont SEC actually met a day before our board meeting. They had the same slide deck that we used then. They seem to be very supportive, as I talked with their principal a couple of times. And you heard from the Peruvian Park SEC chair tonight. Parents were also notified. We've asked them to respond back to the principals, any concerns. We haven't heard a whole lot. They've heard 5 or 6 comments. Some of these were on the disadvantages here. Others were the mental and emotional state of students moving during this year and in this pandemic year, and the quality of instruction from April to May. And it hasn't really been much of a concern, but questions on the bus routes, mainly in the Peruvian area. Again, we'll make sure we have those in place by early January, so parents will know the times and the pickups. For the resident students, we'll pick them up as we do with all our other routes. And then we're looking at a couple collection points for the SALTA students who permit in. Okay, so that's how we're looking to bus them, to transport them down. So that's where we're at with it. Again, we heard a few comments today. We have great principals at both schools and great teaching staffs at both schools. And so with that, they're supportive of whatever you do, but it is our recommendation to get the buildings done in a more finished state for this early move. But with that, I'll give you any questions or comments.
Okay, board questions? All right, we'll start with Mrs. Schill.
Okay, so I just have some questions that parents brought up in their comments. So the SEC chair said that we are going to give parents the option to go online. Is that right? If they don't want to go for the move? I thought that's what she said. Or it's just that we're going to choose every semester.
Alice there,
Okay. Just the regular how the parents can choose. Okay.
Yeah.
Also, will teachers, are we going to get them help for moving? And
yeah, obviously we pay teachers basically a 2-day pay, one day to pack up, the other day to unpack. We'll get, we hire movers, we'll move all this stuff down there for them. If they need, like I say, that first week, that week of the 12th, if needed to, we could bring in some subs who they could help teach, and the teacher could help, set up the class if they needed to, we'd be certainly willing to do that. We want to make, we know that this was a move, even though we're still giving, we feel like ample notice, but it's still going to be a tight move. And so we need to support them in every way we can.
okay, that's great. Okay, and then I think you said this, but the PTAs and SCCs at both schools were in favor of it.
I can't comment on the PTAs.
The SEC
I can only
did
comment on
discuss
the
it. And,
SCCs, yeah.
okay. Okay, one more question. Have there been outbreaks on buses? Because the one comment was he's worried about bus outbreaks. So I'm just wondering, has that happened?
I have not heard of any outbreaks on buses. Again, to me, the bus transportation is part of the school day. And we feel like our transmission in the school day has been very low. And I would include whether it's busing, lunch, in the classrooms, that it's been recessed, that it's been low. So I have not heard of any busing. I asked regular of our transportation director, Jeremy, are students wearing masks? And the answer is yes, they are. They are keeping their masks on the bus. So we're not seeing that. So we know there may be transmission in extracurricular activities, but again, that's in the high schools, not at the elementaries.
Okay, thank you. That is all my questions. Oh, I think Alice has some.
Sorry, I just want to make sure you're clear on the online switching and the choice there. All of our parents at the elementary level in February will have an option to redetermine whether they want in-person or online learning. So knowing this new timeline, that could be a consideration for parents. So I think that's what she was referring to. I just wanted to make sure you were clear on that.
Yeah, I just didn't know the timing. So yeah,
Yes.
that makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Alice.
Mrs. Oakes, and then Mr. Wrigley.
Okay, so for the benefit of those that are listening, and Leon, I know that this was mentioned before in some of our meetings that happened a while ago. I know we've had a lot happen since then about the decision why Peruvian Park is not being built on its current playground or open space area. Can you speak to that for everyone?
Yes, there's a couple of things as we looked at that building there. One, there's only really one place you could build Peruvian Park, rebuild it. And that is on the back south part of the field, okay? When you do that, you start butting up right next to the neighborhood homes on that north, it's the north side, okay? And that puts complications there. It also brings in then you also have a large front entrance, which is probably maybe okay, but I'm not sure you'd like that for the long 50-year haul of the building. Because again, the building would be in the very back of the property. You also have grading issues. If you're familiar with the Peruvian Park site, there's grading issues as you go further back north. So it would cost quite a bit to do that. The contractors and architects that we talked with talked about a 10%, 5 to 10% cost increase to grade that. When you start talking, 23 million for construction cost, you add 10% on, you're looking at, another $2 million. So it is significant, but also, we also want to try to be respectful of the neighbors back there. And to be honest, we've had, I've personally had a handful of parents, come and ask me not to build it on site to do the 1 year of transporting the students down there. So, but we've had others, obviously disagree with that too. So, yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Wrigley?
I want to express my great appreciation to COVID on making almost every decision we made this year more difficult, as if not the decisions were difficult to begin with. Just a couple things. I mean, the last two on Eltview, and it's one of my schools, L2, also Eltview, we almost just barely made it in.
Yeah. And it's important to realize that
Midview,
we did a lot
Mid-Valley,
of,
we just almost made
yeah,
it
we
in
were
during
doing a
that
lot of
time.
site work at both those schools, the
Yeah.
first day of school, yeah.
Yeah, to almost just barely get in that.
Yeah.
Your concern is with the current environment and the shortages and the COVID effect on the workers. It's possibility that it would put us behind, and that was the worry about it. Either we're going to take them out a little early and have a better chance of getting them in there on time, not a guarantee, but a better chance.
Correct, yeah.
Or we take them out at the same time and most likely get them out later, that we would move them after, so they wouldn't start at a new school like all traditionally we have on these.
Yeah.
They would maybe go to Crescent View for a couple months and then move probably at the next holiday, which would be when?
I think probably right now, the worst case scenario would be the fall break
That's
of
a long time to be
2022.
in that school because there's
So-
really no holiday.
Yeah.
You know.
So,
So either way, we lose. This is sort of interesting. It's like the comments we have been getting on COVID. I've got just about as many for as against. So we're listening to every comment, but they're just,
yeah,
they're,
yeah.
they're quite info.
And they're both,
They're both very, very good
valid,
comments
yeah,
and very good
sure.
concerns that we have on either end of
Mhm.
it. We
Sure.
frequently get that. In regards to Crescent View then, Crescent View is designed to hold how many students? 1,200, 1,300? That's usually.
When
most of
we
what-
had the Crescent View Middle School there.
Yeah, Crescent View Middle School.
We had about 5 portables, but we did have about 14 to 1,500 students there.
So with the current is right now about 1,200,
Yeah, I think you throw out the portables, you could get 1,200 in.
and we're
available.
planning on putting in how many kids?
Full,
to-
if it was
together,
total would
400,
be about 950, if
950.
assuming everybody is in person. And
Yeah,
everybody
and
attends,
at
yeah.
this point, we won't worry about that now, but right now, there's about one of these schools, about how many, about combined together, about 600 rather than 900?
Again, you go back to this slide, we have 240, and so you have roughly, 570 to, you may have 600 by the time students change.
600 kids in a 1,200
Yeah.
kid school. So I mean, the space-wise gives them
Yeah.
much better. The actual space on an actual elementary is about 900 square feet. And what is it for a middle school?
Again, it's close to that same 900.
Okay, because I know we put
yeah.
way more kids in it.
Yeah, again, if you
Uh-huh.
if all the students attend,
Mhm.
we figured there'd be 950. And like I say, as you said, it's probably around a 1,200 capacity, not counting portables or anything like that. So the rooms are about the same size. You know, these are some of these older schools actually have big rooms at Edgemont and Peruvian Park, but they're also the same big rooms down there too. So roughly that 900 square
One of the
feet.
biggest issues we have is lunchtime, which is the possibility when masks are off and stuff. The gym area or the lunch area on this as compared to an elementary school is how much bigger?
Oh, well, obviously it's a lot bigger than a
Almost
lunchroom.
double,
Yeah,
probably.
yeah. So
In regards to that. So during the lunchtime with these kids going there, we'd have separate lunch hours for both schools, probably.
yeah, well, obviously they'll have to, you know, the principals have worked out a plan. Whether that plan starts in April or whether that plan starts in August on lunch, they've worked out a plan to serve lunch to all the students. Now, you know, one of the things, you know, like I say, we have two fantastic principals, Leslie Jukes at Peruvian Park and Michelle Snar at Edgemont. They're, you know, they're going to work it out and they have worked it out to accommodate this. Now, again, whether it's in April or August is really the question here.
But
Yeah.
my point in this, and I'll add one other point to it my point is I'm thinking actually moving the kids to the school may be safer and better interest of the kids than in the current environment. If you also consider possible earthquakes, that's one of the issues that we decided to go with these new buildings is because the current buildings are unreinforced masonry and the code is quite different than the code at Crescent View. Is that correct?
Yeah, you know, Edgemont, I believe, don't have the data in front of me, is built in 1958. I believe Peruvian Park was 1964. Again, could be a year or two different either way.
85 in Crescent View?
And 85 in Crescent View, yeah.
Yeah, so
Crescent View
we're moving them to school not only
it is certainly much more
not only
favored
distance wise
that
is
way, but
more
yeah,
more space for them, especially during the lunch hours when that tends to be an issue that we have how to keep kids apart during lunch hour. But we're also moving them into a building. Should in the event we have another earthquake that we had in March, they would be in a better and safer building.
Yeah, for that.
So we resolve that issue on keeping them in a building that's pretty difficult. It's an interesting discussion because do we move them early and effective everybody, or we move them late and affect everybody? I'm sort of hearing from some of the parents that there really is no real best answer, but the answer that I'm sort of leaning towards is to move them early so that we could try to assure that they start a school year in there when we have all the kids present versus into school year when we have quite a few out and they're not there on Fridays to begin with. So we're going 4 days a week and we have half or 3/4 of the kids attending in person. At these
Again, those numbers there, Edgemont, roughly a third are online. Peruvian Park, they're maybe 40% online.
Yeah.
Maybe
So
not
though we're
quite more.
affecting quite a few kids, we're affecting maybe 40% fewer kids.
You're affecting
by
roughly
by moving it early
on that
versus waiting and trying to
270
move it late, where
kids,
we'd affect
yeah.
100% of the kids should they come back to school.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know. I mean, there's, as it was said, I'm concerned about what everybody hurts and how we put this together and how everybody's feeling, but it logically seems to make more sense to try to move them early because it may disrupt fewer kids and give us more opportunity to be in the program to start off fresh the next year, next school year. And in being a safer building, possibly safer in multiple ways than what their current building is right now, where they're in a small gym area for lunch and they're, so anyway, so thank you.
All the above.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Arnold and then Mrs. Schill.
Just a few points. I had to do this a couple of years ago and it was difficult, so I recognize that it will be difficult. However, the COVID cleanup, I think, will help us in a form that we already cleaned out all those rooms and we stored a lot of stuff to be able to space the students in the classrooms. So the teachers aren't going to be needing to rebox that. It's already boxed and it's already moved. A lot of the furniture's been moved out of the classroom. So as I'm thinking through the process of this, then some of that furniture that they're already storing that they're not using in their classrooms could be moved. And then hopefully we're going to provide them with boxes early enough that they can start boxing the things that they aren't needing to use, materials and supplies. But I lost the date in the conversation. I'm sorry. Is the spring break that we're moving?
Again, that'd be our proposal is spring break, yeah. And they have started packing because the moves, again, it's really the issue of spring break. Essentially, April 5th or June 1st, right?
Mhm.
Because we're going to move them one or
Right.
the other. Yeah.
Right. So that was what my thought process is, because I know teachers, if you can leave the school open during spring break, they always make the sacrifices. They'll show up, they'll get it organized, they'll get it put up, and hopefully, yes, we can accommodate, like you said, with a couple of days pay for them. But then we moved to a middle school too, the time I had to. And some of the things that I liked about it was the halls were wider, and it did give the students more space because they're teeny and they didn't take up as much space as the teenagers did, which is, back to Steve's point, a little safer. The gyms were larger, so you can space tables and space kids, which makes them a little more safer with the COVID and trying to get the space that we need. We didn't have a playground, by the way, at all. We had to really be inventive because we wanted the kids to play. So back to Nancy, or I'm not sure which one made the decision, talked about coming up with games that they can play and having more playground equipment so that they could go out and do things out on the blacktop. That was innovative, and it took us time to get that figured out. But we do have a playground at Crescent a ways away, but still available, right?
We'd have to check with the city, as we talked about in the study session that Chad brought up. There's, we'll have to check and see.
Well, and we have
what
playground
can do.
aides, and we have
Yeah, we can-
teachers on duty who watch the
can
students. So even if it is a little ways away,
It's not
it's
that.
still available, right? So back to the buses, I know that we have had to quarantine students who have been near each other from somebody who had it had already been tested positive. But I don't remember anybody having spread it, but also they sit in families on our buses, right? Like they have
They
them
do in
pretty
ours
well
too.
sitting in family groups.
Yes, we
So
do the
even if
same.
they have it, they either got it from their family, usually. I'm going to use the word usually. So I'm not really worried about the bus transmission, and we track all of those kids anyway, and they sit as families. So I too, Steve, you're just going down through the list, of how it affects and who it affects and how it might be on a positive side instead of negative side. So that's pretty well my thoughts and comments. Oh, portables. Are the portables gone?
All the current portables are gone. There is one portable at Peruvian Park that right now we will be transporting that back to the Crescent View building, but there are no portables there right now.
Okay, just wondering. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Mrs. Shell?
Okay, this is a construction cost question. So I think you said in the presentation that you think this will save us money to start sooner. But lumber, I guess, was like record high a couple months ago. And so would we save money waiting, or you think we're going to save money by going ahead right now?
Well, I think, yeah, that's a good question. I think you'll save money because you're not going to have to pay the overtime. You're not going to have to, we're going to push them whether we start in June or whether we start in April. We're going to push the contractors. We think we'll get a little bit better pricing in April, giving them in April, because they won't have to pay as much. No, they won't have to budget as much overtime possibly for their workers. I don't see materials really changing dramatically in that 2-month period. So I think that would be the save. I think it's just more giving, them not having to budget as much labor, in a tight time frame. Yeah.
Okay, and then one other thing about waiting is that if we waited until August or next year, then we should have a vaccine by then. So, I mean, I'm just looking at different things, and that's just a point to think about.
Yeah. Keep in mind, whether we move early, we're going to start the building, our original plan was always to start really June, school gets out, I think, on Friday, June 27th. Again, I don't have the calendar. I mean, May 27th, I don't have the calendar here in front of me. But we were going to start that following Monday, moving stuff out of both these buildings and getting all the furniture and everything out and starting the abatement process that week after. So, and then starting the demolition. And that's the same process that we'll follow moving down there. It's just that we would start that process, on April 5th instead of June 1st. So, yeah.
If we wait on proving, as was suggested, it's pretty certain or possibly that they would be delayed in getting in that building with where we've been?
I would put,
or we'd have to pay a lot of overtime and try to figure out how we're going to do that?
It's always a tough question on this. I would put the chance around 50% that we could get them in by August of 2022. Okay. Now, what condition the building is in a finished state, it's always, that's difficult to say.
It probably wouldn't have grass or
you probably wouldn't have, you may not have a playground. How much, we really forced, because we had to this year, we had to really, mainly at the Brighton Auditorium Arts Building, we really had to force them in because we had nowhere to put the students. And those rooms were just not in a really good finished state. And you've probably heard some of, those of you who have parents or represent those communities maybe heard that. And that's just the issue you're going to face. I think there's a good chance we could have the building up and clearance from the fire marshal. Again, I'll put it around 50%, but again, it's just the finished product of that.
Yeah.
8 weeks buys us a lot of time.
And if we didn't get them in, then the soonest we'd probably occupy that building would be the next holiday, which would be in what, September?
Again, that's over fall break.
October?
That's middle of October usually. I don't think
So
you'd have
they
it
would
by
be
Labor
at least
Day.
2 or 3 months into it before they'd be able
You're
to.
probably, like I say, it's looking 2 months on the front end or possibly 2 months on the back end. And the 2 months on the back, I'm going to probably put you, over fall break. Now, we could really work hard and try and do it over a weekend. Our people are committed.
It'd be hard.
But, and our teachers are great at these schools and, we'll do whatever it takes to get them in. But
Either
again,
way,
it buys us 2 more valuable months. And that's what
either way, Peruvian Park is going to be inconvenienced.
could be, yeah.
Either going in or going out.
Yeah, exactly.
Mrs. Oaks.
Leanne, one of the concerns that was brought up was regarding busing and plans for busing. Can you speak to how much you guys have looked into that or what the thoughts or plans are on that so that parents can better understand what they'd be looking at?
Sure. We're looking again, whether it's in April or next August, to bus the kids. For Edgemont and for the boundary students, in-boundary students at Peruvian Park, we'll do the bus routes like we do at any other school. And so under the state guidelines, bus stops are to be every 0.3 to 0.5 miles from each other. So we'll create those stops. We download where the students live and then say, okay, the bus is going to be here at this certain time. We know it's going to take around 10 to 12 buses to bus both students down, both schools down. And so we'll bus, we plan both schools. We're intending them to keep their same start times. Their start times are different. I can't remember which one. One starts earlier and one starts later. But we're going to try to keep them the same because we want to, again, not have too much congestion in the parking lot down there. Again, this would be for next school year as well. For Peruvian Park, we're looking at for the SALTA students, again, that permit in, we're looking at a couple of collection points. We're looking at a couple of LDS churches where parents could drop them off and then they'd be picked up and then taken taken down and dropped off at that same spot on the way home. Yeah. Again, we hope, well, we will if you approve it. And we got to do this whether it's in April or August. We got to have the bus routes in January. So yeah, so we'll make sure parents have a advance notice for that. Yeah.
That would be great. I mean, I'm just thinking the sooner they can see what the bus routes are going to look like, the more they can visualize in their mind what their
And
lives
we
are going to feel like,
We understand that some of these students haven't ridden a bus. These are primarily walking schools, both of them. Not a lot of busing for either one. So I think, yeah, most of the students in both walk. So that will be a new experience for both. We'd hoped, as we said, to have the building ready by the middle of February. And so we'd hope that teachers could go down and set it up. And, under COVID, it's going to be difficult, but to have a couple open, I call them open nights or welcome back nights where parents could take their students in and see where the classrooms would be and, meet their teachers there. We'll try to work something out that way. We intend to do that in the summer, we intended to do that again, whether it's in April or starting in August, but we want our kids to certainly feel welcome there because this will be their school.
Well, and I'm just thinking as a parent, one of the biggest things I would want to know, especially for the younger kids in kindergarten, first grade, second grade, how long are they going to be on the bus? So understanding if my address is here and Crescent is over here, how many minutes does that equate before and after school? How much earlier am I getting kids up? How much later are they coming home?
And that's always a disadvantage.
Sure. But I think if they are, right now, the unknown is worse than the known. And so the sooner we can help materialize what that reality would look like in their minds, I think the better it is for the community.
Absolutely, sure.
Mrs. Arnold.
So that was one of my questions, was how many buses do we already have at Edgemont and Peruvian Park?
I don't.
Don't
I
know.
think there's a couple at each. I don't
Probably at
have that
each.
right.
Well, that's what I was gonna say, if we're running 10, so like 5-ish is running in at one time and leaving, and the 5-ish is coming in at the second time, right?
Yeah.
So that's what we spaced them out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, board. Any other questions or comments on this? Okay, this item is the second reading, possible action, so a motion will be in order.
Do you want me to make a motion? I'll make a motion.
Okay.
But I need to slide back up to make the motion. I'm sorry.
I don't really have a possible motion here. But
I'll make a motion that we move the two schools to Crescent on April 5th through April 12th. How much more do you want of a motion?
and that,
Okay, so recommendation, or that we move
I'll
the
move-
schools during the spring break.
During the spring break, we move Edgemont and Peruvian Park to Crescent View.
and their first day of school, again, would be at that building would be Monday, April 12th.
Okay, first day of school will be Monday, April 12th.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion, and is there a second to the motion?
I'll go ahead and second it.
Thank you. And any discussion to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you. And Leon, thank you to you and the administration for thinking this through. And we realize it is a challenge, and there are advantages and disadvantages as you've mentioned, but I think that it is thought out, and it will be really important to communicate to parents information as soon as possible and as completely as possible. So thank you. And I just also just had the thought that I want to thank the folks in those two school communities for, I know they've spent a lot of time having conversation about this and anticipating this move. And, you know, it's difficult. It's difficult when you're uprooted from something, but I just totally believe that when those new buildings are completed, it will be worth the extra uprooting that they've had to go through. So thank you. Okay, that concludes all of our business items for this evening's meeting. And we will now have comments. I will call on Superintendent Robbins and then Mr. Wilcox for their reports.
Thank you, President Tini. Just by way of some new information tonight to update the board on, we just received word that there's a flood at Jordan Valley School. 4 classrooms and hallways have apparently some damage. We have disaster cleanup on the scene as we speak, but tomorrow those students will be virtual. So Jeff is working on that communication as we speak. So just want to update the board and the public on that as we got that information. And if new information comes in, we'll update you before the evening's over. So just in my remarks, I'd like to first thank Leon, my teammate and our business administrator, Gary Warwood, Rick Conger, everyone in our finance department and accounting for all their work, not only on all the capital projects, but on the bonds and as well as the board. I, being new to Canyons and just experiencing all of our campuses and the amazing work and amount of effort that's gone in to make our facilities and our campuses really world class is just pretty awesome. And I'm very grateful to everyone involved. And I really appreciate Leon and his thoughtfulness and his attention to detail in helping me learn and to really be inclusive when it comes to how we make decisions and really inviting me into that process. So I just want to tell him how much I appreciate him in all that he does, and will forgive him for his Bronco fandom for now. We know that they're struggling. I just about went over and played quarterback for him this weekend. He asked me if they had called. I said, yeah, but you know, I passed. I have to give it to somebody else because they didn't have a quarterback this week. If you didn't know that, have to rub it in a little bit. And if you didn't know, I want to give out just a shout out and special congratulations to Midvale Elementary and Principal Lori Reynolds and her entire team. USBE recently named 19 schools as excellent and exemplary for their efforts on behalf of English language learners. And so Midvale Elementary was recognized as an excellent school, as well as the other 18. And the criteria for this award was that you have to be an elementary school of at least 400 students, 80 to 100% economically disadvantaged, 40 to 50% must be ELL students, and 40 to 60% of those students must achieve their annual growth goal set by the state. So just a sincere thank you and shout out to teachers, counselors, administration staff, students, and parents over at Midvale Elementary. That's a great achievement. So just a couple of things that I'd like to address tonight. You may have seen over this past week on our dashboard, schools that are in virtual have been reset to 0 cases. That does not mean that suddenly there are students in the school that don't have or have tested positive for COVID. There still are students that are testing positive for COVID. In fact, we know from our data that
close to 50% of our cases in Canyons with our students are mostly in our high schools. So that still is there. However, the county, under their guidance in our meeting last Tuesday, and President Tingy was actually on the call with me when they gave us that direction that as a school moves to virtual only for 2 weeks or 14 days, that they would then pivot to 0 cases for the purpose of the next potential transition. And with that, then that means that during that 14 days, that any new positive cases that occur with students, because they're not at school or associated with school at that time, would not count. So that's an adjustment that looks a little bit different. The last time that we had a major shift, we didn't have that many positive cases. There were very few during virtual only. And so there wasn't that much impact or concern. This time around, as we know, and it's been mentioned tonight, with the increased rates in community spread, there have been more. And so I'd just like to again comment on the horrible dilemma that it puts all of us in. And as you know, the board created a framework that we would address these cases, that we would address positive cases and transitions in our schools. And the authority to make the decision to transition our schools was delegated to the superintendent. And so with that, it's this terrible balance, right, of trying to keep everyone as safe as possible and following all of our provisions that we've put in place and all of our efforts to mitigate risk. We cannot eliminate risk, we know that, but we can do everything that we possibly can to mitigate or lower it. Against that balance, against the academic, social, emotional, mental health, well-being of our students first, and then of our faculty and our staff right there in a close second. And that's the balance that we go through on each one of these. And as we've talked before, I use a multitude of data points, starting with the positive case counts over 14 days, the last 7 days, so that we can look at the number of cases in a trend line. How rapidly are they occurring? And I might add to that, I know, and it weighs on me heavy, I know we all are seeking certainty. We're seeking predictability. The unfortunate reality with this virus is that is not possible. We've seen some of these trend lines as they ebb and flow. The virus, isn't interested in when we can potentially plan for a closure or we can plan for a reopening. It just doesn't operate that way. And we know that the virus is very, very unpredictable. And so we operate on the best information that we have at that given time, as you know. So we look at the 14-day positive case count. We look at the last 7 days. We look at the quarantine numbers, which that also has an impact on the 1% and the 2% number. Just to remind everybody that's listening, the reason that was in play or put into place was after so long, once we get a positive case count that's rising, it becomes exponential in the number of quarantines that it sets in motion, right? So we know that with each positive case in our high schools that's been the most impacted, that each one of those positive cases that's associated to school, doesn't mean necessarily that transmission has occurred at school, but the way that the county and the state health department look at it is associated, that creates or impacts likely 15 to 20 other students that would likely have a close contact and therefore under the health order be quarantined. It's not our decision to quarantine students. If there's a close contact, that's under the health order. Now, what's happened since that's a positive is that we now have rapid return to school option. So if a student is not showing symptoms or is asymptomatic at day 7, they can receive a rapid antigen test at Maverick Center that's free of charge to any student, and they can return to school. So, so we look at that. We also look at the number of adults in the building. It comes a point where if we have too many adults in the building that are on quarantine, as has been the case with a couple of our schools, that the quality of instruction and delivery that we're offering, nothing against our substitutes, they're doing the best that they can, but they definitely are not at the same level as our teachers. And so when that rises to a level where there's so many teachers that are in quarantine, then that also has an impact on that decision. And we're also looking at closely, which I really commend the board, with the 1% threshold, that gives us an ability to really monitor those numbers as mentioned. With the unpredictability of the virus, we can look at the number of cases that are coming off and students returning versus that trend line of how many cases we're picking up over 7 days. And I don't have the data in front of me, but I'm confident that we have been able to add or keep additional in-person instruction days because of that flexibility. So I think that's an important piece to this. So just a couple of other changes that have occurred that people may notice that we've messaged out. One is, which I think is very positive, and I really give credit to BJ Weller and our responsive services team, is, as Jeff mentioned, we're now offering testing to all employees. They can come to the district office each day of the week. I believe it's what we have set up is Monday and Tuesdays at 6:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. So that's been adjusted from 7 to 9. So 6:30 to 8:30 a.m. Mondays and Tuesdays. Wednesdays 3 to 5 p.m. Thursdays 3 to 5 p.m. and Friday 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. So employees, all employees can take advantage of that. And then also recently, if you're following the latest health orders, the latest health order impacting schools is that all extracurricular students that participate in extracurricular activities will test for COVID bi-weekly, every other week. And that's no cost to the district or to the students. And we're grateful to the state and UHSAA for supporting this effort. And that also includes advisors and coaches. And so my understanding as of today is that we'll move forward with the same protocols that we did recently in the football playoffs with students participating in extracurricular. A positive test means that you're out for the duration of that isolation time, and a negative test means that you would be eligible to continue to participate. So we look forward to that. There is a pilot currently that has occurred at Granger High School, and it is a test to stay actually in school. So this is another option that may be possible for Canyons to participate in, where a school would reach a certain threshold of cases, and then every student in the school would be offered a rapid antigen test, and those that are negative would come back to school right then, and those that are positive would would stay home. So, and I just want to address some of the questions around positivity and actual attack rate in our schools. As mentioned, I think it's important to know our goal is to be in school in person as many days as we can be. We know that for many students, that being away from school, as Ben mentioned and been, well documented, that the social emotional impact, the mental health impact that's negative it's very, very real. And so our goal is to be in school as many days as possible. But at the same time, to this question about attack rate, we did have on our website early in the year the student attack rate at with the best information that we had. But because the students, our high school students in particular, are so unpredictable in their behavior, in where they're at and who they're with and when their mask is on and when their mask is off, that it's very hard to have a confidence level in that data to really post that as being 100% accurate. But having said that, I agree fully that our schools are a safe place for our students, that the transmission rate is low. I do believe that, but it also is difficult to pin down an attack rate with high school students, especially because of their mobility and the difficulty in trying to contact trace every place that they've potentially been before school, after school, extracurricular activities, and whatnot. We have been able to document our employee attack rate data with much more confidence. And just to share with the public and the board a few numbers that I think hopefully will help reassure our employees that our schools and our campuses and our places of business are safe. Since June 3rd, we've had 957 employees quarantined. And out of that 957 employees quarantined, we've had 174 positive tests. Out of the 174 positive tests, that's a contagion rate, okay, not a positivity rate, but a contagion rate of 2.7% of the 6,420 employees. We also know that we've only had, to our knowledge, a couple of hospitalizations. And as for employee attack rate, out of the 957 quarantines, we are aware of only 3 positive cases out of those quarantines that have been a result of a close contact at school or workplace. So that tells me that transmission is very low in our building. So with that, that information, I'll open it if you have a few questions. You might be aware yesterday, we had 4 schools return to in-person instruction. And so I'm very excited about that. And as we know, our students have done much better with in-person instruction. And so we're excited for that to occur. Indian Hills, Jordan High, Alta, and Corner Canyon all return to in-person instruction. Brighton High returns tomorrow to in-person instruction, and Hillcrest will return to in-person instruction, I believe, next Monday. So we're watching our schools and our data closely. Draper Park Middle is one of those schools that's been very close to that threshold of 15 that the board set in our plan as a trigger for a conversation about further precautions and mitigation or potential move to virtual. And we also have Altaview, I believe, elementary is at 10 cases. But other than that, we're in, we're pretty stable at this point, recognizing that we're in a surge. Obviously, that gives me great concern with the community spread that we're experiencing. However, over the last week, if you've noticed, our positivity rate in Canyon School District in our communities has dipped. So we've gone below 20%. I don't think that's anything to celebrate too loudly over, but it's going the right direction. So I think that's a positive, and we'll watch closely. We talk about this every week, almost daily, with County Health Department coming off a holiday. Obviously, we have serious concerns about that, and what that type of behavior might translate into. Hopefully, people follow precautions the best of their abilities. We likely won't see any results from the Thanksgiving holiday. Usually, there's a lag time of 5 to 7 days before those symptoms start to show up. So it's likely into this weekend and probably next before if we see any surge from the holiday. So with that, questions?
Board comments or questions? Mr. Wrigley?
Yeah, from what I understand, we have volunteered to be in the test programs. That would be a game changer if we got up to 15 and we could then go ahead and start testing. We wouldn't get up to 30 or 40 or 50 kids. We'd stop it right in the tracks.
Correct. Yeah, it would eliminate quarantine, and there would be a test available, and that those that are negative would return to school. Nancy may want to speak to this, but the comments from Superintendent Bates and Granite, he mentioned that it was very positive. There is some logistics to that. Testing 2,000 to 3,000 students, to return to school has some definite challenges, but it has possibilities. And if that can keep our kids in school, and people and parents are willing to work with us on that, I think it has some tremendous potential, Steve. So yeah, we've notified the state that we would definitely be interested in.
Do we have any idea when that might happen?
Well, one of the criteria, the timing of this, unfortunately, is they're looking for schools that are approaching the threshold of 15 or 1%. And we are just coming off of that cycle. I don't know that, within the next week that we would have a school in that position. So,
Would they do it for Draper Park Middle?
if I remember right, Nancy, he said high schools only was what I
At this
think.
point, while they're piloting and testing out and figuring, because logistics is a lot of it, but it's my impression that the intent is to try and do what they can to keep schools open and operating the best that they can.
Yeah, one of the things to think about, and this can certainly be, we can have more discussion on this, is thinking about the testing protocol as a potential option to keep schools open. At the beginning of the year, when we really didn't understand, the cycle of the virus, as I've mentioned before in previous meetings, Dr. Webb is always telling me, you got to follow this plan that we have that is really about disruption, suppression, sustain, and return. And that has, when we have followed that has produced the strongest position for in-person learning. When we've gone a different route with that, based, either hybrid or not, usually we don't see that disruption in positive cases, and it just continues to ramp up. And so with this testing concept, that really, I think it kind of meets that standard of disruption, suppression and getting kids back to, back to school. And thinking about, all of our efforts that we've made with PPE and all the safety provisions and family leave and everything that we've supported through CARES Act, it may be, time to look at that, because the loss of productivity, the time, the loss of academic time, all of those things weighed in. A testing protocol like this that's underway may be something to consider, that gets our kids back to school quicker and also saves the district money.
Great. Then the second question I had is, I appreciate what you shared with this information earlier with us, and you just did. Maybe we can get this out to our teachers. I think the biggest issue right now is fear and PTSD from all the fear. And if we were able to get the teachers out and to let our staff know these numbers, I mean, our CSD hospitalization rate is 0.003 as compared to the 0.25 on average. So I think people need to know within our district that it's pretty safe. As we know, we can't guarantee anything. We can't guarantee anything in regards to the flu coming up either.
Yeah.
And I hope we don't have to quarantine and do the same thing with the flu too. So, but this data I think would be helpful, because I think most of it's going around as fear and rumors, and concern is causing a lot of concern with our staff and our teachers. And if we could just put to rest some of this and get that information out, I think it might make it much easier to get up and go to work in the morning.
Yeah, I agree, Steve. And it's just this ever-changing learning process that, we're going through. And I think the more that we can incorporate multiple data points to inform those decisions, the better that we'll be. And Nancy and I were talking about this, by the time May rolls around and we've really got this down, the vaccine will be here. Hopefully we don't have to worry about this anymore. But until then, we'll continue to try to improve on how we, can be better informed on these decisions.
Well, I know our data for our employees is really pretty good. I mean, every morning I get up and take my test and report back to the district if I got any of the symptoms and everything else. So, daily, probably on each board member where we're at too. So anyway, I think that's, this is probably the most sound data we may have in the whole district.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. And as I've mentioned before, I appreciate our teachers, our staff, our students, administrators, parents. I know, as you said, everyone, there's a balance. Everyone, they're pretty passionate about their opinion about what to do with this. We're definitely doing the best that we can, but I recognize the great stress and weight that everyone carries.
Thank you. Mrs. Oaks and then Mrs. Arnold.
So I hate to be a pain bringing this up again, but I'm going to mention it in a public meeting. I still think it's very worthwhile to get information out to the public and to the teachers, particularly about where the change in the figures of cases for our schools is coming from. We've received a lot of emails from teachers that are concerned about that, even some of the calls tonight. And I think it's really important for them to understand that that's coming from the health department. That's not something that we kind of arbitrarily decided upon. And so I think that would be really helpful for people to understand. There's a part of me that believes that maybe part of that clarification came out of that discussion that we had on the 18th with the health department. It seems like they're really trying to look at this from our perspective more lately, and I really appreciate them. I mean, when Corner Canyon wasn't able to go back after those initial 2 weeks of at-home learning, I was almost devastated because I felt like, wait a minute, like the kids are home. They haven't been, no more of them have been necessarily infected, or, the kids that are sick are there. I think it's really significant the health department has made this shift. And so I just think the public would appreciate understanding the change.
No, thank you, Amanda. Yeah, I believe we have, and we need to push this out more. We have it in a news feed on our website. It's also highlighted on the dashboard, but I'm not sure we've done a direct, email on it. So we can certainly do that. But I agree.
Mrs. Arnold?
Just speaking to that same thing, Amanda, I was thinking, like today, there were two or three, maybe four news reports on the opposite of what we're saying from the different newspapers. And I know teachers came to me and they said, well, we have all these cases. And I said, but you have to understand the whole picture. It's not that there's just 13 cases. It's about how they came about, where they came about, what the community is doing, you know, and so, and, you know, and which classrooms, and is it just one classroom and not any other classroom, or just the classroom and one bus? Because we talked about this before, that you can have one student who's sat in the middle of the room, and then there's 6 students around them that go into quarantine, and then they're on the bus with their family, which their whole family has to go home. All right, and so I think to that point, that communication is really, really important. Which then was bringing me back to my first thought was when we talked about, and I'm going to use the wrong terminology, but we're at the start over point, and that's not the terminology.
The reset.
The reset. I would really hope the parents would understand at reset that if their kids did test positive, they're keeping them home. That if their kids are sick, they're getting them tested. That if, and they don't think it's just a cold, they actually really go and get the test and find out. That gives us a huge opportunity to actually really reset and really be able to stay in for a lot longer than if they send them sick and if they send them still with COVID because they just want them to go. And I would hope that by now we have learned that is not the direction we need to go, that we really need to keep them home, and we really need to monitor, because the virus has so many different symptoms. I mean, like you can have none, you can have a headache, you can have, you know, you can be dizzy. There's just so many symptoms. So, you know, with all this opportunity to be able to go and do the rapid tests or the tests, we should weigh on the side of being more careful and be able to stay in the schools longer, because it is the safest place.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Clarine. You know, the longer we can stay in, you know, the whiplash effect, the changing directions and transition is hard. It's hard on everyone, you know, so I definitely recognize that.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, Superintendent, did you have anything else?
No, I think that's it for tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate all you do and your team, and I know you're paying very, very close attention and thinking through everything, and we appreciate that. Mr. Wilcox.
Just a couple things. A quick follow-up, as Dr. Robbins mentioned, Jordan Valley, we have one of our disaster cleanup serve pro over there right now, working on that. Looks like 4 rooms. Doesn't look like a whole lot of damage, but is wet in 4 rooms. So we should have that pretty much cleaned up, we expect, by tomorrow. So we'll hope to have kids back in as Jeff mentioned, they'll be virtual tomorrow, but we hope to have them back Thursday. Just a quick update on that, but we'll keep you posted. Just want to thank Rick for all his leadership. You know, I know he goes to bed thinking of COVID and wakes up thinking of COVID. And that's just, you know, it's just an enormous weight on his shoulder, but we certainly are appreciative of him and his leadership here and all that he's dealing with. As Jeff mentioned, Jim Briscoe sounds like he's enjoying retirement. I've talked with him a couple times, and yeah, I think after COVID, I think he is enjoying retirement. But I just want to thank all our employees for all the great work they're doing and keeping our schools going. It was so nice I know in my area, school's been out, you know, Corner Canyon area, school's been out, and I'm so, you know, the kids were so grateful, to looking forward to going back on Monday. So appreciate everybody's efforts to do that. Appreciate all the board's support tonight. And again, just appreciate Chad for all that his service the last 8 years and everything that he's done for my community and for Canyons District as a whole. I do have a Utah State tie I'm going to give you. So expect that coming. I'm just glad they're not, they and BYU are not playing this year. I'm just grateful for that. But anyway, that's all I have.
Thank you. Okay, board member reports. Well, yeah, we'll start with Mrs. Arnold.
So now that I'm not quite so emotional, Chad, it's been a pleasure. It's been amazing. It's been an argument. It's been a discussion. It's been on two sides of the coin and then a little more. And I've appreciated all of that. And now I'm not going to get emotional again, so I'm going to stop on my head. But I do love this district and the people in it and everybody who's sacrificed and have done all that they've done this year and every year before that. And I really am thankful that we can talk and discuss and work on difficult situations and come up with the best answers that we can come up with, because we have the best brains in this district to do that, with everybody having so many diverse talents and abilities to do that. And with that, I'll just close tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Iverson?
Thanks, Clarine. No further comments.
Thank you. Mr. Wrigley?
My gift to Chad is going to be very brief. Because I know he doesn't want to be here any longer than he has to be tonight. I just want to, again, send my appreciation to our staff. They've gone almost 9 or more than 9 months at 150% of capacity. And I appreciate them getting up every day and continue to be that level. It amazes me. They're my heroes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Schill?
I just want to thank everyone who presented today, and we appreciate you guys being here and all the work that goes into preparing for these board meetings. And I really appreciate Leon and also the superintendent for all they are doing for our district. I do want to say thank you to all the teachers for working on synchronous learning. And for my son, it was like night and day. Like he's been virtual, but sitting online every day, starting at 7:30 in the morning. He sets his alarm for 7:25 and his class starts at 7:30. And anyway, I just really appreciate the teachers. I know that takes a lot of work, and I do appreciate it. I really do think it makes a difference. And Chad, I'm going to miss you.
Thank you. Mrs. Oaks?
I echo what Amber said. It was a totally different experience this last time. So thank you for everyone who's put effort into that. I want to congratulate the Corner Canyon football team. I got to be there as part of the motorcade. And Draper City actually had their police officers and their fire trucks come in, and it was an exciting moment. And you could just feel the electricity coming out of those buses. It was awesome. I got to attend the board equity committee and also the USBA meeting with Salt Lake County Health. I was really grateful for that. And we had some great discussion and clarification on certain things. And I was encouraged by how much they recognize the importance for kids to be in school. That was expressed a lot. I got to attend the Sandy City Council meeting, and I just want to give a shout out to both Sandy and to Draper City councils and their mayors for being so supportive of our district and giving us CARES Act money to buy cameras for our classrooms to support synchronous learning in the classroom. That it was incredibly generous of them and so supportive. And I just want to reiterate how much I value those partnerships with them, and they're so critical. Today I had an opportunity to attend online a national conference called EdPalooza that is typically every year in Florida. It lasts for 3 days, and it focuses on education from all sorts of different angles and perspectives, but they are particularly focusing this year on what we are learning from COVID and how we can improve things. And they talked a lot about the digital divide, about how that is the biggest piece that is leading to inequity during this period of time. And I just ruminated on how grateful I am that Superintendent Robbins has focused so much on that in our district. he, with so few resources in some respects, I mean, the whole state of Alabama, it was fascinating. Their governor and legislature realized how important it was to bridge the digital divide and have put a lot of public money towards that and have used a voucher system for all of their students that qualify for free and reduced lunch. And even the vouchers that made it out into the mail this past week, since Thanksgiving, they already have 130,000 more households online where the kids can actually engage with their teachers. And I was just really struck by that. We haven't had quite that same kind of action from our state level, but I'm so grateful that we have a superintendent and staff that are trying so hard to make sure that that happens for the students within our district. So if any of you are interested in attending at Palooza, they are recording all of the sessions. I've learned so much today, and I'm excited for the sessions that'll be there in the next couple of days, but I can send you the link if you're interested. So.
Thank you. I would just like to welcome Holly Neibauer, who's here with us and will shortly be joining us on the board. And thank you for being here this evening and for your willingness to serve on the board. We look forward to working with you. And then I too just want to express my appreciation to all of our staff, the superintendent and the leadership team here at the district office, as well as the leadership in our schools and the leaders in our classrooms for all the great work that they're doing. As over the holidays, this last week, as we just kind of were laying low at our house, and I was thinking about things and just realized how nice it was to have a little bit of a break and a little bit of a rest. And then Monday morning hits and I just realized I'm sure everyone felt the weariness set in again. And I just want to commend and thank everyone and recognize how much people are working through weariness like they've never known before. And they keep going. And that's what educators do. That's what commitment to children in the future will do. Is it gives you the strength and the ability to work through the weariness and to keep going and moving towards a future that we all know is going to be pretty amazing with these young people. And so anyway, I just wanted to share that thought, and unless there's anything else, I will adjourn the meeting. Thank you all for being here.